All right, we'll call the annual meeting of the East Troy Community School District to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, this meeting of the East Troy School District Board of Education and all other meetings of the board are open to the public in compliance with state statute. Notice of the meeting has been sent to the media and or has been publicly posted in an attempt to make the citizens of the district aware of the time, place, and agenda of this meeting. We need a motion to elect a temporary chairperson for the annual meeting.
I'll make a motion to elect Ted Zest, temporary chairperson.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We also need to appoint a recording clerk. I'll make a motion to nominate Steve Lambrecht, recording clerk.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. District Administrator's Report, State of the District.
Thanks, everybody, for coming tonight. If the board members would like, you guys can maybe want to sit out there, and that way you can look at the screen instead of just having to always look over your shoulders.
Yep.
First thing I'd like to do is, I do this at every annual meeting, but I don't think it can be done enough, and that is thanking the current board members for serving, for their time, efforts, and energy, and also all past board members, and not just the board members I've had the privilege of working with for now the last 16 years, but prior board members well before my existence and probably before a lot of our existence from a standpoint. I know of some people in our community that served many, many, many years ago for the benefit of the students. So I do want to make sure that all past board members always get necessary recognition due to the fact of their times and efforts that they've always put into, which has helped to lead us to where we are today as a district. So thank you to past and current board members. These are the vision statements. I put these up each and every year. This was a part of the 21st Century Learning Committee. Seems a little long ago, right? A 21st Century Learning Committee. That was back in 2010-ish. When we had the 21st Century Learning Committee. So, I mean, it's hard to believe that already 12 years have kind of passed. But I think it's very important. These are vision statements that the community of that committee came up with, not from the board. The board ultimately approved of them at that time. But you'll notice, I think, when you look at these are living statements. Living statements. They are not something that was done 12 years ago and then just live on a shelf. Right? They're everywhere, and they're not just everywhere in regards to the digital world. They're everywhere in regards to our committee work. So when we're talking about things at all various levels, whether it be on the student learning side, the budget resource side, we're always looking at these vision statements because this was from via the community. And obviously we had various people on that committee. From these vision statements, you'll see certain things that I think are living today, but things that we are working on today. Time for learning, removing barriers. We're constantly working on what are the things that really need to be done and not done, right? Looking at outcomes, not defined by a grade or an age level. Flexible learning, as we're talking about it. School partnerships, I think we've taken that to an all-time high level, but we're always looking to increase that, right? Unfortunately, we had a disruption with those school partnerships called COVID. And so that really put an end to a lot of our partnerships, and we're having to rebuild a lot of those partnerships. A lot of things that were started are being, hello. Providing meaningful applications of projects. You're going to see on our student surveys, that's a big question that we have, and that is providing the meaningful homework, providing meaningful, engaging experiences. And what do our students feel about that? Our high-quality instruction, utilizing our resources. Look at that, creating self-directed learners. Learner empowerment is another term for that we've ultimately evolved to over the years. At this time, it was called self-directed learners. Now it's learner empowerment. We'll talk a little about that. High levels of accountability for our students and our staff, and creating opportunities through individualized experiences. And that goes to our district goals then. Our district goals became updated after the vision statements were created. And we have 6 primary district goals. And I think this is really important because our district goals, we have to ask ourselves all the time, not only are we achieving them, are we improving upon them, but are our budget priorities assisting and supporting them? Are our budget priorities? A budget is about priorities. That is what a budget is. Our own budgets are about priorities. Our school district's budgets are about priorities. And when you're feeling that your funds, when you're struggling to receive enough revenue, you have to really make difficult decisions sometimes to decide what are all those priorities. With this, we have to ask ourselves constantly, are we doing enough things to help for that year-to-year plus of learning growth for each child each year? Are we truly providing programming opportunities and experiences that are helping all of our students? Because they all have a vast array of talents. They all move at different paces for learning. They all have different backgrounds and experiences. They come from different families, right? So we have to ask ourselves, are we really able to provide all of those? And are we? And what's the support we're providing to help all students succeed in public education? Ensuring the individualized learning by empowering our kids with a personalized learning environment. We're not here just to direct students through a personalized learning. That's educator driven. We're trying to personalize it by empowering our students, having them do the personalization, and personalized by the students. Employing the highest quality professional staff. You'll see this year. In my 16 years, the highest amount of turnover we've had. And so we're gonna talk about that. How are we gonna continue to employ the highest quality professional staff? And why is that so very vital and important when we talk about student learning? Adapting our facilities for current and future educational needs. It does not say adapting facilities to just get by. It says adapting facilities for future educational needs. So I think we need to really discuss whether or not is that district goal being met, and will it be met? And then demonstrating fiscal responsibility through efficiency and effectiveness. What have we done to demonstrate that fiscal responsibility in the past years, current year? What are we doing? So those are some of the things I hope tonight that through the celebrations, through the ongoing information, through the budget hearing, through our resolutions, and through possibly answering some other questions, I hope we're able to demonstrate how we're doing in those areas and how we possibly need to improve on and decide to make some decisions coming forward. Our celebrations, I am not going to go through these quickly. I do that every year, and I've decided not to this year because I think we skip over the celebrations then, and everyone gets on to all the other challenges and issues that we have going on. And why, when the celebrations have the most slides of anything? Our challenges aren't 400 slides. Our celebrations are the ones that have 10 slides, 12 slides. I could make it into 25 slides if I want it. So I'm not going to skip right over these. I'm going to read these. Due to the fact I want the people watching at home who maybe can't see that on the YouTube video, I want them to hear our celebrations. By the way, our annual booklet is available to everybody. So these slides are in our annual booklet. Now, I am going to say, good luck reading it. I have my reading glasses, and it's still hard to see it. So hence why we share all the slides here publicly. Celebrations. Our district exceeded expectations on the 21-22 state report card. This is not done by a prioritization. Anybody who knows me knows I will continue to share that information. I'll continue to celebrate it, and I'll continue to talk about it if we need to improve on it. But I will also be the first one to tell you, I do not hold the state report card as the highest priority in our district. I just put it up there because I know a lot of other people do. So our district exceeded expectations, 21-22 state report card. Our East Troy High School holds a graduation rate of 97.2%. That's on a 7-year cohort. Let's not mistake that, all right? That's not on a 4-year cohort, it's 7-year. And you might say, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold the horses. Why 7 years? 7 years is because we have students that take possibly up to 7 years due to the fact of ongoing services that they're receiving. And some students, even after those additional years that they are able to have, they still may not be at a graduation standpoint yet. But over a 7-year, 97.2%. Over 16% of our students participate in youth apprenticeships or work experiences during the school day. That will even become probably most likely greater in 22-23. I want to point that out. These are 21-22. So some of the things you heard about in July and August and already in September, I can tell you they're not in here because that's the 22-23 school year. Our East Troy High School currently offers 26 transcripted courses with Gateway Technical College, 12 AP courses, and 36 Laude Honor courses. We've expanded our mental health services for students by offering counseling within our buildings through a partnership with Clinical Psychology Associates. We've been awarded one of the school-based mental health grants for the 21-22 and now this 22-23 school year, totaling $150,000 of funds over the next 2 years. All 4 buildings were recognized by the RTI Center for their successful implementation and equitable multi-level system of supports for the 21-22 school year. Little Prairie, Prairie View, and middle school were awarded silver level rating, and the high school was awarded the bronze level rating. From 21-22, our licensed staff, 55% of them held a master's degree or higher, and 10.8% are nationally board certified. I'm not gonna, when I get to ones that are recognizing students, I apologize, but I'm gonna talk about it in general. I won't probably mention the students' names due to the fact we have so many students. I wanna make sure that I don't leave something out. I wanna make sure that I know we didn't get every single student accomplishment up here, so I'm gonna speak about in general terms, but the students are in the packet by all means. Plus, I would like to get out of here before maybe 3 o'clock this morning. The East Troy High School CTE department is proud to announce that they received the Regional Career Pathway certifications in the areas of construction, digital technology, and business administration and finance. 57 students from the class of 2022, almost 50% of our entire senior class, were submitted for the CTE incentive grant for earning 1 or more industry certifications. The East Troy High School Jazz Ensemble took first place at the annual Eau Claire Jazz Festival and earned a performance spot at the Pablo Center for the Performing Arts with the nationally known UW Eau Claire Jazz Ensemble. This school year, our East Troy Middle School received a grant from the National Resources Foundation, led by Tracy Gross, our East Troy Middle School librarian assistant. The 2021 Trojan Yearbook was nationally recognized as the annual Possibilities book by Walworth for its exceptional theme design. Little Prairie, once again, was one of the top schools for the Kids Heart Challenge in Southeast Wisconsin, raising $16,634 for the American Heart Association. Our East Troy High School band and choir students participated in District No Solo Ensemble, earning 107 first-place ratings and 18 second-place ratings. The following groups and individuals received an almost perfect score and qualified for state. Our former middle school, high school choir teacher, Miss Amy Swanson, led a successful session at the Wisconsin Choral Directors Associate State Conference. Mr. Tim Hummel, our Prairie View High School band teacher, former Prairie View High School band teacher, completed the requirements to become a WSMA, Wisconsin School Associate Certification Level 2. Our East Troy High School NASA Hunch teams did a fantastic job presenting their ideas to NASA engineers and community members back in February. In April, the teams were selected as finalists to present in Houston at the Johnson Space Center. We had some students, players that were selected to play in the WBCA All-Star Game during the summer. Our East Troy Middle School students participated in the Middle School Advanced Learner Academic Bowl. Students were nominated to attend, and this year it was hosted by Washington Caldwell School District. East Troy Middle School ranked #1 overall at that event. Our East Troy Middle School Battle of the Books team, the book ends, won the state competition. Our literacy on the Little Prairie Town Square event hosted over 150 students and their families for a night activities involving reading and writing. East Troy High School had a 4th and a 5th place finish in Division II Wrestling State Tournament last year. We also had 4 of our Prairie View students were selected for the Southern Lakes Anthology. Our East Troy High School dance team qualified for the state dance competition, both hip hop and jazz. And our East Troy High School esports team took home 2nd place at the state in Super Smash Brothers, competing against 16 other schools at Madison Area Technical College. East Troy High School was awarded over $23,000 in voice grants to support dual credit programs. National business students took home 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place in the Finance Challenge Bowl. Our top 2 teams now qualified for state. They did back in May. We had tennis players that were awarded first team All-State by the Wisconsin High School Tennis Association. We also had a student that was selected as a national FFA delegate for Wisconsin. We had also our girls tennis team. We had students that medaled. We had students that medaled at WI State Tennis Tournament. And we had our girls tennis team win the Rock Valley Championship. Our girls tennis team also was proud of the fact that they always do fundraisers for the MAC Fund and that they donated $250 last year towards the MAC Fund. The school district staff members have been longtime supporters of United Way of Walworth County and its 40-plus local nonprofit agencies. At the beginning of the 21-22 school year, district staff donated $2,728 to support the United Way mission. Our girls tennis coach, Dave Lindau, was selected by the Wisconsin Tennis Coaches Association as the recipient of the 2021 NFHS Girls Tennis Coach of the Year for Wisconsin. We also had East Troy High School football player last year be nominated for Defensive Player of the Week for football during the 21-22 season. Our East Troy High School Jazz Ensemble performed this summer with the band Montage on the front lawn of the high school as part of the East Troy Community Band Summer Series. Our East Troy High School currently offers 22 varsity interscholastic sports, stressing participation and excellence. Since 2015, the East Troy High School has earned 21 conference championships, 18 regional champions, 8 sectional championships, 2 state championships, and well over 100 individual state qualifiers. Our East Troy High School also had a student nominated, a player nominated for the Milwaukee High School Sports Award, Tennis Player of the Year last year. And our East Troy High School also had someone nominated to represent East Troy on the 2022-23 Wisconsin Agricultural Youth Council. Our East Troy High School esports team took home 3rd place for the Rocket League at Esports State competition. And our East Troy High School choir and band students all took home 1st and 2nd place ratings at the State Solo Ensemble Festival held at UW Parkside. We also had a student, East Troy High School student, that was nominated for the Milwaukee High School Sports Award, Tennis Player of the Year. Ongoing celebrations. We're proud of the fact that we have district strategic priorities. These priorities we will review later tonight. We have 4 major district priorities that support our vision statements, our district goals, but are keeping our district moving forward and very well aligned, and that have had a lot of people involved in those priorities. But I feel that these priorities are 4 crucial areas now that they've been developed that is going to help continue to keep our district constantly reporting out on how we're doing. And it's going to, and you're going to notice, we may not get to it tonight in the regular board meeting, depending upon what time the annual gets done. But if we do, on the agenda is each building level and department, some of the departments, not all, will be reporting out on the strategic priorities and some of the actions that they're doing or will be doing, and some of the KPIs, key performance indicators, that they will be using this year. We will be doing this at a district level lens and all building level lens and through some of the department lens. So I think that'll help greatly. I'm very excited about it. Continued annual budget balancing. We've had our budget balanced each and every year under difficult circumstances. We've had to make difficult decisions, recommendations. The board has had to make those difficult decisions. But I will state that we've always had the budget balanced. And I think that's an important thing on the side of the fiscal responsibility. Our fund balance is up to 27.59% after the 21-22 school year. The last 8 years, our school taxes have gone up on average 1.15%, not including this year. If you do the last 6 years, it's 1.2%. Continue to update East Troy School District webpage and continue to increase our social media platforms. We continue to offer Stay and Play, weekly program for families with children from infant to age 4, so we can immediately get a connection, a relationship, and most importantly, be helping their child or children before we ever even have them come to 4K. First in the state of Wisconsin, provides smart labs to our students, in Little Prairie being the first in the nation to have a smart lab completely dedicated to primary age children. State and world recognized Fab Lab, and we have a financial rating continued with Moody's Investors Service of AA2. In 2020, to give you an idea of what that means, of 365 Wisconsin school districts with Moody's ratings, only 18 districts scored higher. Now, I bring all those ongoing celebrations up But I want to go a step further with that. First of all, one of the things I want to bring up is, besides the tax levy, I also want to bring up in 21-22, our East Troy mill rate was 8.34, while the state average for K-12 districts was 8.67. There's a tendency, and I'm going to stick to my notes. People who know me know I don't do that very often, but I am going to tonight. There's a tendency to marginalize our work within schools. I truly believe that. And I don't mean that negatively. I think we do that in the own educational profession. We marginalize it because we're busy, and we're busy taking care of things. And so oftentimes we don't share a lot of the celebrations, which we just did. And oftentimes we marginalize a lot of the other things that we kind of take for granted that just get done. And I think as a community, we've got to remember they just don't get done. They don't just get done. And I'm going to give a couple examples just for people to kind of remember. I don't think it was that long ago that we should not forget about our response in East Troy Community School District to COVID and how we handled COVID, and that how quickly we went into online learning for all of our students in that spring. And then the next school year, when a lot of schools were not back in session, we were back in session. Our staff showed up. And that's not an insult to schools that did not. I'm just saying, we had a staff that came, that was ready. Our board supported us with our recommendations on how to keep our students and staff as safe as possible, and we went to work. And in that first year back, after that spring of the initial COVID response, that was an unbelievable, tremendous amount of work. All for the benefit of the kids and the community and families and parents, right? We recognized what needed to be done, but we didn't just offer in-person learning. That first year back, we offered in-person learning and stream, online, virtual learning. And our staff was doing both platforms, online learning and in-person learning. They were doing both for the entire year. For our students could get whatever education they desired by the way that their families thought was best for them due to the ongoing issue of that pandemic. Then, after that year, we came back and we were still in person, and now we've adjusted. We still offer the online, right? But we have made some adjustments for the benefit of our staff, absolutely. But we made adjustments to still providing it for only those that were out for extenuating circumstances for long periods of time. And we still are providing those opportunities today if needed. I think something that gets forgotten in COVID is too, we provided the athletics, the extracurriculars. That was not easy. There were many discussions. Reed Oldenburg was working around the clock for us to provide those opportunities for people with the WIA's guidance, and then us having to make a lot of decisions based on their guidance. And let's be honest, districts were all over the board. Communities were all over the board. The state was all over the board. The nation was all over the board. So to make all of it coincide and work together was difficult. The last successful referendum of 2015, and I say successful because I do know, yes, we have proposed other referendums since then, but the last successful referendum of 2015, we projected at the time the tax impact when we initially were projecting at the beginning, we projected a $15 tax impact per $100,000 property value. And if you will recall, as we got further along into the projects, we were able to project it more accurately to $3 per $100,000 of property value. And in the end, it resulted in $1 tax impact per $100,000 property value. I think that demonstrates that we lived up to the comments that we made and the projections we made, and that we were being fiscally responsible. The other couple examples that I have that I really think, again, we have a tendency to marginalize, and I do want to bring up because I think these things get taken for granted. Last year in the 21-22 school year, for breakfast meals, our food service department fed had this number of meals, 106,404 meals for breakfast. For lunch, we had 108,555 meals. Our food service department had 214,959 meals last year. Thank you to our food service department. Our technology department, which goes kind of under the radar, which they like. They do like. They're very humble people, which I appreciate. The other reason they like it is, you know what? They feel like if it's going underneath the radar, they're doing a really good job. And congratulations to them, and I mean that. It's a 3-person crew, which is unbelievable when you consider the size of our district. And that 3-person crew does an incredible job. So here's a couple of things that I think goes underneath the radar that people don't know about our technology. I oftentimes hear people state, like, you know, let's bring it back to the way it was when Dr. Himmler went to school. And I would tell you flat out, I sure hope it doesn't. The technology department, hardware access, providing every student with a Chromebook, and that's about 1,600 Chromebooks district-wide at one point in time or another. Now think about this. Think about if we would not have gone to that one-to-one initiative and provided the Chromebooks when we did, and then we would have been hit with the pandemic. There would have not been any online. Not that spring, and not the following year probably. And I do recall, and I appreciate people who have different opinions. I recall pretty strongly getting opposed at certain times about us going to a one-to-one initiative and providing that for our students. And I can appreciate that. I am really thankful the board elected to do that. We provide wireless coverage in every classroom. What does that mean? 156 wireless access points. We have around 1,200 to 1,300 wireless devices connected at any given time during any school day. We see around 800 gigabytes of traffic pass through our firewall on a daily basis. We provide safety from our technology department. We have content filtering. All district devices are filtered by what we call securely. Since the start of this school year, we haven't been at it that long, not even a month, the securely content, the securely program has already blocked over 5,000 sites. Our technology department provides support. They provide we have Google Classroom. Currently, we have over 250 active Google classes at our middle school and high school. They also have to repair, obviously, Chromebooks and other devices, which can be very time-consuming. At this point in time, since this school year, I just reached out to them before this meeting. I wanted to find out how many repairs have we done on Chromebooks alone this school year. 62 repairs on Chromebooks since the start of the school year. Those are just a few of the things that oftentimes I think, and it's no insult, but we marginalize. We take it for granted. We take it for granted that kids are going to be given meals. We take it for granted that the technology is working. We take it for granted that we're filtering. We take it for granted that our staff has the support. We also, I mean, I'm not going to go into all these. I'd be interested in these, and I'm going to find out the information and share it at some point in the future. Just how many miles, think about, our transportation department does serving kids. How many miles do our bus drivers travel serving our children? Not just picking up the children and taking them to school and taking them from school to taking them home, but all the extracurriculars. How many miles do our bus drivers travel for our kids? I'm going to figure that one out. I've got somebody already working on it. Sports and extracurriculars. It just doesn't happen, right? We've got great assistant coaches and great head coaches, and we've got a dean of students who's acting as an athletic director because of one of our budget cuts that we've had to do. It just doesn't happen, right? But we provide numerous, you saw many of the celebrations, and that's not even half of them on the sports side or the extracurricular side. I'm a firm believer. You're looking at a person that was heavily involved in athletics and other extracurriculars in school. I'm a firm believer that one of the greatest classrooms is on a court or on a field or in some extracurricular. It's one of the greatest classrooms there is for learning, if done right. If done right. It can be one of the greatest leadership areas. And I really feel that those things can get taken for granted. Just like in many of the other support areas, we're struggling in those support areas to find people who want to do it and to find people who are quality at doing it. So we need to not take that for granted and think about all the things that we provide to help the talents of all children. I can go on and on. I see Kathy sitting over there as our business manager. She could tell you better than me the number of reports that she has to do yearly. I can just tell you by a piece of paper alone that I have printed off here, that this is just an example of the number of reports that she has to complete yearly per DPI. These are DPI reports. All reports that are timelined in a year that require then her or others to have to compose the information and then submit the information. And it's not as simple as just composing and submitting. There's a lot of detail in most of these reports, right? And so this is just one aspect of a business manager's world in a business manager's department. Just one aspect. This isn't the entire job. This is DPI reports. We have, I have Amy sitting next here as our lead of teaching and learning. Curriculum is ever changing. Practices are ever changing. Programming is ever changing. We have people who are constantly asking for new things on programming, which I fully am intrigued by and always wanting to know more about for the benefit of our students. But that takes time and effort and energy in regards to the other things that we're doing. She also has a lot of DPI reports. And we have other things that are on our plate, right? Summer school. We have to oversee all the assessments that are required at the state level throughout all of our various grade levels. We have our own school assessments that we do, besides our in our classroom ones. And I can go on and on about those components. We have educator effectiveness, which is required by the state. But I will tell you, we're through the CESA 6 model. I'm a full supporter of the CESA 6 model. We did a smart thing moons ago when we elected to do the CESA 6 model, and that is we took Strong's component, which is on 6 major modules just, and we did that for a reason, so our staff could focus on 6 instead of 28. And we could provide feedback to 6 instead of 28. And that's no insult to the districts that chose Danielson and went with the 28 model of DPI. It's not an insult. I just think we really put some thought into that on why we did it and what we're doing. And that's what creates now our school learning outcomes and our specific classroom outcomes and our personal professional goals that are aligned to our assessment continuum. Everything we're working towards aligning in this district. We try not to do things just to do things. We try to do the right work, not busy work. I have Amanda Jones here, our new Pupil Service Director, Director of Pupil Services and Special Education Director. Think about the amount of needs, to be quite honest, that our students have. And think about the different varying needs that they have. I mean, from homelessness to, yes, special education needs, to mental health needs. And think about all the things that, and if you look at a chart, I guarantee you, of the needs from 2 decades ago to now, I guarantee you the line only goes one way. But I also will tell you, and I will share it tonight, we have to think about the proper funding at the state level for special education. It was at 25% and 28% for the longest time, and now we're up to 30. 30% reimbursement aid. 30% reimbursement aid. That's just not cutting it for the needs that our students have, and it's not an East Troy issue. That 30% is not cutting it at the state level, not even close. And by the way, when somebody says, well, what happens with that 30%? Well, here's the deal. So when the needs are outpacing that, right, we might have to look at our general fund. And so then we might have to look at our general fund. And I'm not here to pit special ed and general ed. Absolutely not. I will tell you again, I have a slide on it. All students deserve a quality education. That's what public education is. and I believe in it wholeheartedly. You're looking at a person who received services when he was a kid. I received speech and language services. I have no problem saying that out loud. I did when I was a second grader. I had a problem saying that. I had a little bit of a confidence issue. Hard to believe, I actually didn't like to talk as much in second grade because of my speech impediment. Some of you might say, dang, I still wish you had it. But I will tell you what, we have to think about that, because when the funding's not matching up to the needs, then we have to take away from the general possibly fund. And the general fund is then taking away from the other needs too. And then, lastly, two other areas that I want to hit on, and I can go on, but I wouldn't be doing due diligence at all if I didn't say this. The building level administrators who are sitting out here. Their roles have changed immensely in the 15 years I've been here. Some, I would like to believe, because we're foresight, we're visionary. Others because the circumstances are dictating, and they're circumstances that we don't necessarily like. And so we want to be in classrooms. They know they want to be in classrooms. They know a big part of our effectiveness is them being visible and accessible and in classrooms. They also know the realities that with less administration, less support, more needs, that they might not get into the classrooms as much as we like. It all is dependent upon, I mean, talk to some of our principals already this year, and they will tell you very honestly, they haven't had a chance to hardly get out into the classrooms because of student needs that have taken up a majority of their days, looking into things that we're required to and that we have to. So I thank them. I thank them for all of their time, commitment, and assistance, because their roles are ever changing. And they want to change it for the benefit of the students. That's all they're about. And I mean that. I know it. If I took another job somewhere else, every one of those individuals I just mentioned, I would take in a heartbeat. Sorry, but I would. I would take them in a heartbeat. That's how much I think of their credibility. And finally, the teachers, the support staff, right? The aides, all the people, everybody that I haven't even mentioned, but I'm going to leave it at the teachers. Their roles have changed a lot, and they take it on, and they want it. They want the learner empowerment. Most of them are on board. Most of them are on board with the culture of learning that we want. And they want to, I mean, some of them are just thriving and wanting to get in a different seat because they think they can even do a better job somewhere else in our district, and they're already doing an incredible job where they're at. I can't say enough about our staff. I can't. I can't say enough about how they are honestly helping us to create that culture of learning, and that they are just running with it. But I will say, we need to make sure, and you're going to see that through some of these data points, we got to make sure we're supporting them. We got to support them in all ways. And I think a lot of people always think when the staff is talking about being supported, they always think like that they think it's just always salary or benefits or a package. It's not just those things. It's support in providing the right support for our students. It's providing the right services to our kids. It's making sure we have enough staff that our principals can maybe get into classrooms and support them. That they don't have class sizes that go into the 30s or 35s, right? That's the support we need. And that's what I can't thank them enough on, because I will be honest, I would like to believe I'm never demeaning. As a matter of fact, I know I'm not demeaning, I'm going to be blunt. But I am demanding. So I appreciate all of their work and everything else. So everybody that I've mentioned and everybody that I didn't maybe directly mention that are a part of the East Troy Community School District, I want to say personally right now to that camera, thank you. So, with all that said, what do we know? We know a lot. We really do. We know that we cannot wait for the challenges and problems to be non-existent before being happy. Right? We control our attitudes. I'm a firm believer of that. I'm not always happy either. I get it. Right? And things can be going on in your personal life that can affect your professional life. That's even another dilemma, right? When that happens. But I also recognize, like, there's a lot of things in life we can't control. But there are sure a lot of things that we can. The biggest one is our own disposition, our own attitude. And so I ask everybody, like, how do we approach each day knowing that? How do we approach each day knowing that? We know that healthy cultures have an unwavering belief in the ability of each student to achieve success, and they pass on that belief to others. Healthy cultures. You're going to see that as strategic priority number 2, organizational healthy culture. We know to achieve success, there's a difference between the perceived journey and the actual journey. This one is big because I really think a lot of people believe perceived journey is A to B to C, and I can draw that straight linear line. And I'm going to tell you what, very rarely in life is that true. When you're trying to be innovative and you're trying to work with numerous kids who have different levels of understanding in different backgrounds, right? Your journey is not going to be this usually with them. Your journey is going to be this. But it gets there, but it's going to be this and then that. It's a mess. It's chaotic. Very rarely is a journey in life when you're achieving something ever just straight and linear. We know that learners learn at different rates and different paces, which makes the journey a little chaotic. We know the importance of intrinsic motivation through autonomy, mastery, and purpose. What does that mean, Dr. Hibner? That's Daniel Pink's work, which I am a heavy believer on. And that is autonomy, student choice, and voice. More importantly, voice, because there's a lot of research that talks about the importance of having student voice. And not only student voice, staff voice. And when you have voice more often in your workplace, in your learning environment, you are creating more engaged learners, you are creating more productive learners, you are creating more motivated learners, you are creating more purposeful learners, and you are absolutely creating more self-worth for learners. They're feeling more self-worth. In a time in which we have more mental illness, we have to create more self-worth. And so, autonomy, yeah, that's huge. And it's huge for us as adults, not to just be providing it, to be given it. Mastery. Mastery does not mean perfection in this case. Mastery is ongoing improvement. That our systems have to support ongoing improvement. That it relates back to that kids have different rates and different paces. So we have to do systems that represent ongoing improvement, not one time and move on. And it has to have purpose. Another word for purpose, value. That we have to have value. We know that if we focus on the right work more than doing more work, something will happen for our students and for us. We know that students often wait for learning to happen to them. One of my favorite phrases that everybody around here in the East Troy knows is I always say, and I got this out of research, I know books, not out of me, but I love it, and that is students wait to be assessed, learners assess themselves. Students wait to be assessed, right? Traditional model. You know, I'll let that teacher know how much I know when they decide to assess me. Instead, we want to shift it to learners are assessing themselves continuously. That's advocacy, that's self-reflection, that's lifelong learning. Go to a workforce, go to, I guarantee you, 2- and 4-year institutes when they're doing registration and orientation, more importantly, and you will hear them use those words, advocacy, self-advocacy. You will hear them talk about the importance of prioritization and time management. If we're not helping our kids to be learner empowered, how are they ever going to get good at time management? How are they ever going to get good at prioritization? How are they ever going to get good at being a self-advocate for their learning? How will they if we don't provide those opportunities? We know that students often wait for learning to happen. I already said that. We know that student self-reporting has one of the highest effect sizes, 1.2. That's John Hattie's work, if those of you are wondering where that comes from. We know that feedback has an effect size of 0.73 towards supporting student learning. Again, Hattie's work. Hattie would tell you anything over a 0.4 is something that school districts should take a serious look at. We know that student voice is critical to supporting student learning. We know that quality teaching and quality leadership have huge impacts on student learning. We know that teacher and student relationships have an effect size of 0.72, hence why we put such an importance on our student relationships and connectedness. We know that acceleration opportunities and providing clarity of what is to be learned are extremely important. You'll also notice these are questions that we put in our student surveys. Do our students really feel that they do know what's to be learned? If that's not coming back with high amounts of strongly agree, we recognize we have work to do to provide that clarity. We know that students wait to be assessed. I already talked about that. We know that students must learn self-advocacy. I've talked about that. And we know it must be the 6 C's embedded authentically into their everyday learning experiences. And the 6 C's right? Creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, content, and curiosity, right? We're trying to stay away from some of the other C's, to be honest with you. And some of those other C's we're not trying to be about compliance. We don't want kids just to do something because they have to do it. We're trying to help kids to understand they're doing it because it's important to them and it's important to us to help them. So it's no longer about compliance. They're actually seeing the understanding and importance of it. We're trying to stay away from being in a control struggle because I told you to do it. That doesn't really help support learner empowerment. And if we're always getting kids to do it because we're just telling them to do it and they're not seeing the purpose or value, I think they're in a little bit of trouble when they go out into the workforce and when they go to a four-year institute that's talking about self-advocacy. I also would say if those are the C's we're doing, that's when we get complacency. That's when kids don't do the work. That's when they're not doing the work. And that's when we're constantly having to stay on them because they're really not seeing a purpose in it. And we know that learner empowerment that is personalized by the learner is critical toward a growth mindset. And I didn't put this up there, but not a fixed mindset, a growth mindset. Anybody who's been in sports understands very strongly what a growth mindset is over a fixed mindset. So I thought this kind of caption stated it all a little bit on what I just said about the differences of students. For a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. Please climb that tree. Obviously, some of those animals are not going to be able to climb the tree, right? So our education system is Albert Einstein. Everybody is a genius. But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. I also like another one of Einstein's that says, education is not about the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. The world is changing so quickly that I think it's vastly important that we're training our learners to be thinkers, not just memorizers. So, with that, I want to share a little story, and then we'll go on to the next one. I think it kind of goes with this caption. I heard this gentleman speak a while ago. His name is Jamie Vollmer, so if any of you want to look it up, go ahead. Jamie Vollmer. Jamie Vollmer, he's kind of known for what is called the blueberry story, and I think you can probably download it off the internet. I apologize, I'm going to say this live to Mr. Vollmer, because I'm sure I'm not going to get your story completely perfect. I'm not you, and you say it so well. But I'm going to try to paraphrase it so I don't take the whole night either. But Jamie Vollmer, he goes around now, he talks about public education. And yes, he's a supporter of public education now. Back in, I believe it was the early 80s, he was not. He was not. And he had a very successful ice cream company. So successful, I believe he said that the ice cream during the Ronald Reagan era, that was the ice cream that they had at the White House. So it was a very successful ice cream business. And Mr. Vollmer obviously had great success. Well, he also was one in the 80s that was going around saying that education needs to be run like a business. And he was getting a little frustrated that education wasn't run like a business. And he was even making kind of comments saying, you know, that if I ran my business like in education, it would be out of business. Now, we've all heard that comment before. I've been guilty as charged to actually say education needs to run it somewhat like a business. And I think there are components that's true to that. I really do. I think there's components. But why do I like this story? Because I do believe on return on investment, ROIs. I do believe on that. And I think it's important to look at that. But why do I like this story so much? So Mr. Vollmer was at a large school district, and he was presenting while he was kind of on the wagon, I would say, of promoting running it like a business. And he goes, look, I want a good 90 minutes, and I could tell you could cut the air with a knife, and people were not happy with what I had to say to the educators in the room. And he goes, and when I got done, I said, are there any questions? And the way Mr. Vollmer describes it is one of the educators raised her hand, and she said, I have a question, Mr. Vollmer. He goes, yes, absolutely. And she goes, well, you always say to run it like a business. Yep, I've got a question on that. For your business, for your ice cream, when you're looking at your raw materials and you're possibly putting in almonds and then she said blueberries, I think she said some other things. I think maybe Mr. Vollmer was the one who mentioned the blueberries later. She said, what would you do if it wasn't the best? Almonds. And he made a comment and said, if it wasn't the best raw materials, whether it be almonds, or I think he then is the one who said blueberries, I can tell you what, we wouldn't be putting them in. He goes, not only that, and this was the way he said it, he goes, not only that, he goes, I looked at her and I said, we don't only just put regular or top of the line blueberries, we put in, I believe he called it AAA. He goes, we have the best of the best. That's the type of blueberries we put in there, and all the other types of things that go into the ice cream. He goes, we only put the best of the best of the best raw materials. And at that moment in time, he said he felt the room shift. And it was because the lady responded back and she goes, and that is why it is not a business, it is called a school. And her response back to him was, because we do not have any control over the raw materials. We take any and all children in public education. We take them all. We take them all with their glories and every single one of their challenges. We take them all with every one of their backgrounds. We take every single child. And her point was, she said, obviously, she goes, and that's why I don't think we can always say we should run it like a business. Since then, he literally has become an advocate for public education. And he goes around talking about it. And he's learned a lot more about public education since then. And one of his big things that he talks about, that he goes around, is he's learned very strongly, education cannot do it alone. Education cannot do it alone. One of the things he goes around and he shares is, I found this quite intriguing when he handed these out. This is Schools Cannot Do It Alone Network, is what he calls it. He calls it the ever-increasing burden on America's public schools, 120 years of mandates. And he hands it out. I found it interesting. So he goes through different decades about all the different mandates that have been provided by elected officials, from social and medical and psychological responsibilities that have been placed upon public schools. Some of these very much unfunded. And he talks about all of them, such as, if we just go to 2000s, No Child Left Behind, bowling prevention programs, elevator and escalator safety instruction, body mass index evaluation, eating disorder counseling, suicide awareness programs, steroid abuse prevention programs, media literacy training, expanded early childhood wraparound programs, financial literacy development, intruder lockdown training, health and wellness programs, external defibrillator training, leadership training, contextual learning development, entrepreneurial skill development, credit retrieval programs, mastery education, database decision-making, increased graduation requirements, online learning requirements, race to the top, STEM programs, Common Core, allergic reaction monitoring, critical incident training, summer breakfast and lunch programs, weekend backpack programs, anti-harassment programs, internet safety, date rape, organ donor awareness, texting and social media etiquette, the Abandoned Newborn Protection Act, child trafficking, domestic violence, job interview preparation, marijuana safety, cyberbullying, distracted driving prevention, anger management, responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. And he goes on just to say, folks, our schools cannot do it alone. With and without children, all of us, whether we have children in school or without children in school, we must help our educators remove some of the obstacles in order for all students to have success. I found that all interesting, due to the fact you sometimes forget what you're busy having to do because you're required to do it, but yet you don't necessarily agree with all of it that you are doing. So I thought that was kind of intriguing. I want to say this. We place the student at the center of the learning process. These conditions are set through policies, practices, programs, facilities, technology, and our budget, meaning our resources, to ensure the East Troy Community School District remains a great place to learn and a great place to work. With that, I want to go into our strategic priorities. And Justin, can you open that up? Thank you. We have 4 major strategic priorities. We're obviously not going to go through all the actions. Again, I welcome you to stay around either late tonight or we're gonna move it to October board meeting when we go into these actions more specifically. But for the major ones, you'll see, right, we are always focusing on trying to make this a culture of learning. And we say that, it's not just for the students. How are we making this a culture of learning for our staff? And I am the staff, right? So I am a part of that staff. I want to work in an environment that promotes a culture of learning for not only the people I work with, but for myself. For myself. All right? Learning is different here. How is learning different here? I mean, I wear a wristband everywhere I go. And people always ask me, I was in Cincinnati for a tennis tournament this summer with my brothers for a little vacation. And a lady behind me grabs me, and she grabs my wrist. And she's like, what's that mean? Learning is different here. So I actually started explaining to her. I was like, wow, if we can make this out to Cincinnati, Ohio, where could we go next? She found it intriguing. Learning is different here. She found empowerment of learners intriguing when we started talking about it and why empowerment was so important. All students will learn. We're committed to hopefully the growth and success of each student each year. We recognize that doesn't necessarily always just happen. I will tell you this, I think we all have a different maybe value on what we place for that, right? Some people might just look at a standardized score. Other people might look at a standardized score and be like, that's nice, put it to the side, right? There's a different value depending upon what you want for your child and that you're putting about the learning component there and the growth. Great place to learn and a great place to work. To me, the culture of learning and that one are huge, and so is the empowerment. But we have to have a great place to learn and a great place to work. That's all about the culture. And we have to have we're a small community, and we want to be delivering a big on education. So 4 of the things that we're focusing on, how are we supporting that learner empowerment? And we're gonna constantly be talking to the board, either tonight or in October, about what are the actions at every building and in the various departments that's supporting that. That we're gonna show how we're actually moving learner empowerment. We have some key performance indicators up there. What good does it do if we're not sharing how we're going to monitor it, right? So some of our buildings, some of our departments will choose different KPIs. They're all not going to have the same actions. They're different buildings. They're at different points. And they're all not going to have the same KPIs. The only thing I ask of them is keep the same KPIs the whole time, because people have a right to see how that KPI is evolving and whether or not is it changing. But some of the things, right, we do student surveys. We'll look at our graduation rates. We'll look at our assessment continuum progress. Our SLOs we'll continue to look at. We'll definitely look at our student achievement scores. We'll look at co-curricular participation rates, our report cards, of course. We're going to look at our participation in our Start College Now programs and early college credit, our AP course data, our transcripted, and our post-secondary. All the things that, honestly, we're pretty proud of most of the things on there. And other ones, yeah, we're proud of, but we know we got room for improvement. So we'll continue to do that. Moving down, if I can do this right. I jumped, yeah, okay. That top one, I don't think, it seems like I need a scroll actually. Just, can you scroll for me? Yeah. So it goes, thank you. There's that cultivate a healthy organizational culture that supports learning through the values of relationships and trust, communications, commitments, ongoing learning, such as a growth mindset. And this goes for all of us staff members along with students. Voice, joy and happiness, compassion, gratefulness, self-reflection, feedback, accountability, and results. That is how we're describing a healthy organizational culture. Those are the components we want for our students and for our staff. We believe those are major things that draw attraction to people to come work in East Troy. When Amy could get up here better than me, when we had 37 new certified licensed staff members this year, 37, all right, so that's licensed staff. We had 69, I believe, all new staff this year. But we had 37 licensed staff turnover this year, right, 37. And with that, I can tell you, when you're talking to the new staff, most of them said they were interested in our district because a lot of them came from other districts. They're not just straight out of college, some were. They came because they're excited about our learner empowerment. They talked to us about our learner empowerment. And they came to us because they said they appreciated what they were hearing about our organizational culture. Now, we know we have work to do on that. But I will tell you, it's great to hear people that are saying that. Now, we also know that we lost staff this year, right? We lost staff to various reasons. Yes, some personal that we can't do anything about, but also in proximity of different things for their life. But we also know, I mean, we read all those resignation letters every board meeting. Everybody heard them. We know how many of those that we heard were about lack of stability in our district, lack of concern about sustainability in our district. And some were just plain, look, I'm getting a better package. It's just a better package. I can go a few miles away in a relative location and make quite a bit more money. So we also recognize that, right? And those are things that we have to balance. We have to balance. We can't just say, well, let's have a great culture and not address some of those things. But we have to balance it. We can't possibly be winning in every single component or be the top percentile at everything. But where do we want to be in that percentile? That would be a question I would ask. Like when it comes to salaries and those type of things, where's the percentile that we should be at? Should we be in the 50th percentile, 75th percentile? Where should we be? And so we will continue to do staff engagement surveys, which we started last year. Wish I would have done that a long time ago. I met with people when they would leave, but I never had done staff engagement surveys. Learned a lot. Learned a lot. We'll continue to do those each year now. Staff retention data we'll look at. We'll look at our hiring data, our exit survey data, whether or not, where's our master's degree data going, and our national board certification, which we shared, right? Master's at 55 right now. National board, I think, was 10.8. We're going to maximize the value of educational institution via families that attend East Troy Community School District, as well as the greater East Troy community through increased communication engagement. We're not looking at just sharing information. We're trying to increase engagement. There's a big difference. There's a big difference. So we want to increase engagement. So we took a step. We did the family satisfaction survey. That was a step at people giving us feedback about how are we doing from a family's perspective, right? We already got the students' perspective each year. How are we doing from the staff's perspective? So from the staff and now the families. We also want to continue to celebrate things at the district and building level. We need to continue to look at our student enrollment numbers, our open enrollment numbers, and in our community partnerships, and social media platforms and everything else, right? The world is ever changing, and I will tell you, social media has been around now a long time, right? It really, really has been. But I'll tell you, it's a game changer from sharing information, but it's also a game changer for creating gaps, like the gaps between what community feels about the school or what parents might feel about the schools and vice versa. It can create its own gap. And so the only way we can narrow that gap is by engaging, working with people, right? And then the next one, the last one, Just, thank you. Thank you, sir. Ensure the district continues to act as good steward of district resources towards fostering and supporting our models. Our models were up above, and our other strategic areas and district goals. So how are we using our district resources towards supporting truly the other three strategic priorities? Right? We said before, we'll say it again, budgets are about priorities. So our priorities are those top three. And how are we using our district resources towards helping to support those top three priorities? And some of our KPIs that we said we're going to begin to work on and look at, but I'll tell you what, it gets hard to do that. I mean, I'll be blunt. It gets hard to look at all the salaries and compensations, for example, or other things, when you don't necessarily have an HR person that's spending their full time doing it. Right? So I laugh when I go to a workshop or something and somebody will say, well, I've got all this information. I'm like, who put that together for you? And they'll mention like 4 or 5 people. I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know who those are in our district, but I like the information you got. But those are the challenges, right? Those are the challenges. So with that, as I said at our welcome back breakfast, and I mean this, and that is, we're trying to take complexity and make it simplistic, but the strength of our culture is in the strength of us. The strength of our culture is in the strength of us. So we need to recognize that it is about getting our students ready for the future. I think we all know that. We recognize that. I think we recognize the importance of getting our students ready by making sure that they have the need to exercise agency in their learning, that they have some voice in their learning besides just selecting a program or a course, that they're involved more in their learning than just being given a document and turned in a document. And I think also we recognize that, again, if we're really a culture of learning, we're serving all students, which means we need to provide various supports various programs, various resources, various different things within the facilities, to be quite honest, various technology to support all the different learners, all of them, not just a certain group that we might have in our own mind. Just, can you close out of that for me? Thank you very much. So here's some data on the student survey side of it. We do the school perception student data. We do this, we started doing this we've done this ever since I got here because I always wanted to know what the students were thinking. But this past year, I wanted to know more than just 5th, 8th, and 9th graders that were leaving those grades. Or I mean 5th, 8th, and 12th graders. So we expanded it this year, and we expanded it to all 9th through 12th graders. So the whole high school is taking this survey. We expanded it to 6th through 8th graders, all middle school. And then we kept it at 4th, we expanded it from 5th graders to 4th graders too, 4th and 5th graders. So we've expanded it because we wanted to have more students telling us what they were thinking. So here's just some examples. I'll go through these fairly quickly. My teachers make learning fun and interesting. At the 4th and 5th grade, strongly, it says definitely and sort of, 90.4% were definitely and sort of. At the 6th through 8th grade level, for definitely and sort of, it was 72.8, and 9th through 12th grade was 72.7. We also strongly, in all these, I want you to know, we look at all the data, we really look at the no's in a lot of these too, because obviously that's an area we absolutely want to get our students out of, right? We don't want any students within any of these no areas. So the next one, my teachers explain things in a way that I get. 91.4% at Prairie, at the 4th, 5th grade, I should say. It's not 3rd grade, so 4th and 5th grade. At the 6th through 8th was 77.9, and at the 9th through 12th grade was 85.1. I can relate to what I'm learning at school. Again, now, why is this so important? Think about some of the things we said to what we know from just research and other things, right? Relation is very important. Clarity of learning is very important, we know, from a student learning effect size. And we also know that purpose, value, is really important. And this is the purpose value. Can they relate to what they're learning in school? So at the 4th and 5th, 83.2% of the students said definitely and sort of. 59.5% said at 6th through 8th grade. And at the 9th through 12th grade, 62.4%. So obviously, we recognize that's one of the key ones that I would imagine in our buildings, they might be honing in on with their staff and talking about that and talking about what they could maybe do next or aligning it to SLOs, and I guarantee our PPG work on assessments will help with that. I tried my best at school. I always love it on this one because the students usually are always like, of course I'm trying my best. And I think that's great that they think that. Maybe we can show them that there's a little more that can be done there. But at 4th, 5th grade, 99% are saying, I'm trying my best. At the 6th through 8th grade, 85.9 or 7% up there, 85.7%. And at the 9th through 12th grade, 82.4% that would be for that. So again, I love seeing that due to the fact we can work off of that. If they're trying their best, then we can correlate that back to other things and talk to them about it. The homework and projects I was assigned help me learn. This is that relevancy again too, right? Are they feeling that it's just busy work as we put up there and not worthwhile? We use the word worthwhile for 4th and 5th grade. We didn't know if they would understand it at the 6th through 12th grade level on that. So we did put that up there again. We're looking at that in a large scale perspective. We definitely want to improve upon the not really and the no's, right? Due to the fact we feel that all of our projects and homework should be very worthwhile. Now, it's not to say they're not, but I think it's important for people to recognize that some percentage of our students feel they're not. So I'm not saying that we're not providing worthwhile homework. I'm just saying that I think it's important that how our students feel about that homework. I was provided many opportunities for choice and voice in determining how I represent my learning. I already talked to you about the importance of voice in all of the discussion. And that represents where we're at in that. I know how well I was doing in my classes throughout the course of the year. Very important. We're working on the assessment continuum, right? So that kind of goes back to, are our students assessing themselves? And are they working with their fellow classmates and their teacher towards really understanding how well they're doing? Or are they waiting for their teacher always to tell them how well they're doing? Which then, creates a problem when you're always waiting for somebody else to tell you if you need help. I felt safe at school. This is a big one. Due to the fact we feel like, right, we want everybody to be definitely here. We definitely want definitely or sort of. We don't want anybody to feel not really or no, and I feel safe at school. We have to dig into this one deeper. And what we mean by that is we have to dig into talking to our students more in our buildings about what does this mean? Is this physically you're not feeling safe? Or is it psychologically you're not feeling safe, emotionally? So we know that at our building levels, we need to dig into this one and try to understand what that means a little bit more. I felt safe answering questions in class even when I'm not sure I had the right answer. This one's really important due to the fact, to me, it's like a self-advocacy again, right? Like you have the courage now to raise your hand. And you have the courage to say something, which might have taken a lot of courage for some kids. And then if all of a sudden something occurs in that classroom that doesn't make them feel safe after they say it, good luck getting that child to raise their hand again, right? They're just, that moment of self-advocacy. It's kind of like, let's be honest, I like to believe I'm a great parent, but sometimes I think I might lose it, right, based upon maybe what's been going on in my day. So my kids come up to me, right, and if I got 3 kids and it's my 3rd child and the other 2 have already pushed my limits, let's say that night, and work has already pushed my limits, I might not be as patient with the 3rd child, and he or she has come up to be like a self-advocate and explain something to me, and I shoot them down so quick, right? And it's not because I don't want to help or listen to them, right? Something else bothered me. But what I just did was I might prevent my own child from coming back up to me again and asking that question, that intriguing question, right? It took courage maybe for my own child to come up and ask that question. And because of my response, I lost them. And now I'm going to have to gain that back. So I think that's really important for us to always recognize. Most kids at school followed the rules. This is one we absolutely know that we found intriguing and we're going to need to really work on. Again, digging into deeper due to the fact, obviously, look at how many are not really or no, but especially not really, and there are some higher numbers in no, that a lot of our kids are saying they don't feel some of our other students are following the rules. Now, when we get into that one, and I don't have this answer, the question is, do a lot of our kids feel a few kids are not following the rules? Because it says most kids at school followed the rules. Now, what is most, right? What is most? So is it that you're always having one child in your class? Or you just have one period in which you feel a lot of kids aren't doing it, right? But that's what's transcending to them. I don't know, right? It's kind of like if somebody says there's a lot of behavioral needs. Is it behavioral needs from a few, or is it behavioral needs from a lot? Or is it a large extent of behavioral needs, or only a few behaviors, right? So we have to dig into that. But we know that obviously how our students feel in their classrooms and in their buildings is really important for their learning to occur. If I were bullied, I felt comfortable talking to someone about it. Whether that be an adult or another child. We have one on here coming up that's about adult. So I got to think they were looking at this from, do they feel comfortable about talking about it with another student or child? I had friends who helped me when I needed help. I'm happy to see these numbers being higher. I want our students to feel comfortable seeking out the help from whoever that is, whether it be an adult or a fellow friend or just another student. I want them to always feel that they're comfortable seeking out the help. We know we have students who absolutely need to seek out assistance and support. And let's be honest, all of us on a certain day need support. If I had a big problem, there was an adult at school I could talk about. I think our staffs go above and beyond trying to draw connections. They know the importance of connectivity and relationships. That's why they're outside their doors at the beginning of the day. That's why they're at athletic events. They're not there just supervising. They come when they're not supervising, right? It's important to connect with kids. And it's important to connect when things are good, right? Because oftentimes, I know this as a former teacher, a former principal, a coach for most of my adult life, I know that when you're connecting positively and doing it at the right times when there is nothing dramatically going on, that will assist you when you do need to intervene because of some issue. That relationship you developed and that trust will go a long ways in that credibility when you're sitting down over that behavioral issue now. It'll go a long ways. Did any of the things on the list below make learning hard for you? Distracting students or distracting behaviors in my class. Kind of goes back to the rules thing, right? It's different. This is about distracting. That was about rules. But 48.2% of our fourth and fifth graders are saying, yeah, distracting students or distracting behaviors. Again, how many students? What type of behaviors? Don't know, right? We got to find that out. 6th through 8th grade, 59.4, or 9th through 12th grade, 61.2. And again, right, we don't know the quantity, right, how often, but we definitely need to look into it. We know that. Didn't know how or what to study. We didn't ask this question at the 4th and 5th grade. The 6th through 8th and 9th through 12th grade, you'll see that 40.6% of our kids at 6th or 8th grade said yes, they know how or what to study. So again, that goes back a little bit to that self-advocacy, learner empowerment, of helping them to understand what it is they need to learn, the clarity, right? And then how to do that. I think we take for granted a lot of kids necessarily just know how to study, and they know what to study. And to be quite honest, I think we take for granted that when kids leave our school, that they're just going home to a family where it's simple to do that. I mean, we have students that are going home taking care of their families. We have students who are homeless. So I think we need to, again, recognize needs of our kids. And to be quite honest, I don't think going home and studying is the highest priority for some of those students. Did any of the things on the list below make learning hard for you? Getting nervous before tests, that doesn't surprise me, but I think it's great for us to know. So how can we help? Right? How can we help relieve that anxiety? And I would say that goes back to the previous one. If you're not sure what's on the test or you're not sure how to study for it, that can obviously make you very nervous going into a test. Not staying organized, not managing my time well, that's a big one, right? I mean, you go to a orientation at a university, which I just was at this past year for the second time, and I will tell you that organized, time management, self-advocacy, right, all come up during the orientation for your kids. And I think it's really important. Every time I hear it, I think to myself, in pre-K-12, how are we helping? And I mean pre-K-12. How are we helping to create those learning environments, those skills, right? So it's not always educator-driven, that we're teaching those skills so that when they get out, they actually have them, that they're not floundering in their next stage of life. School was boring. Something that has always been on my radar ever since I became a principal and a superintendent, and that is, why are the percentages so high about that? When I became superintendent 16 years ago, I said it was all about engagement. I truly believe it's about empowerment, which increases engagement. But we need to continue to work on school and students recognizing it's boring. I will say, part of that is students have a lot of stimuli in their life, right? So I think they expect that stimuli to be that way all the time, everywhere. And it's not going to be that way, right? So I think some of that component's that, but other things are about, we've got to ask ourselves, like, is it what they're learning? Is it how we're helping them to learn it? We have to look at some of those practices. Again, I go back to learner empowerment. If they have more voice in their learning, then they're probably aligning it to more of their interests. Too much stress and worry about people posting about me online. I put those together. I just say them quickly together because this is downright scary to me. This is downright scary to me. That we have 40% of our 4th and 5th graders believing and feeling that they have too much stress in their lives as a 4th and 5th grader. And that 6th through 8th grade, 63.8% of our middle schoolers feel they have too much stress in their life. Now, that's not stress necessarily caused by school. Could be, acknowledged. Could be something outside of school, right? Could be something outside of school, too. Could be a combination of both. Could be a hybrid. 9th through 12th graders, 57.6. I will tell you, I think Amanda would tell you better than me on state statistics and national statistics, that's going in the direction of where things seem to be going on emotional and mental health well-being. But we also recognize, and for some of you who are in our schools that are sitting in here, that have kids in our schools, you'll know that we made a change with our cell phone practices this year. We made a change at the 6th through 8th grade where students coming into the building must put their cell phones into the lockers this year. And we made a change at the high school where they can keep their cell phones, but they are not to be seen in the classroom unless the teacher has directed you for a reason, rationale, due to some free time or educational purpose. But other than that, they're not to be seen or taken out, and they only can be used at then passing time in the hallway and at lunchtime. So they're not to be in the classroom taken out unless directed by the teacher. So we have made a big change on a 6th through 12th grade level. And a big part of that came from, A, what we got feedback from our staff about what they felt was distracting into the classroom and making teaching and learning more difficult. And B, we also listened to our students. So we listened to our staff and our students. And our students said that they were worried about people posting about me online while in school. And we said, absolutely not. A child should not be coming to school nervous about something they're gonna get posted online about what's going on at school. So we've tried to take a pretty strong action. And I got Adam here and Stacy here. I think they would tell you that I've asked them a couple times. It's been very receptive from the student body, from the families. I know the staff is loving it. And I really think the students are feeling, I can't speak for them, I'm gonna say it. I think they're feeling like wow, a different type of freedom than they had because they didn't realize maybe how addicted they were to it. Most days I like my school. The last question that we asked, 5 was kind of the average mark that we took out, which was sort of for those that answered it, and 10 was definitely I like my school. And so from 5 through 10, we looked at that, and 84% of our 4th and 5th graders scored from a 5 to a 10 in regards to sort of to definitely of our school. 71.2% of 6th through 8th graders and 9th through 12th graders was 73.8%. You'll see that some of the other numbers were at that 4 spectrum of like 9th through 12th graders at 10.1. But we obviously would like to get everybody in that sort of to definitely. And we recognize that some things can be based upon a day or an experience, right? But the reality is, I sure hope that most kids are not coming to school because they feel they have to because of compulsory attendance. I hope most kids are coming to school because A, they enjoy it, they're excited about it, and B, they recognize the importance of learning. So I hope that it's not because their parents are having to grab them by the hand and constantly pull them and all of that. So it's our goal to make school enjoyable. This is our assessment continuum. I'm not going to go through it in detail. I know this is going to be hit on during action planning, so I won't need to go through this in detail, but we reference this a lot in our district. It is in our policies. It's in our assessment policy, and it's an exhibit in our assessment policy if you ever want to look at it. We constantly refer to this, and we're always working with our staff on this within like professional development and other areas. But we're trying to move, if you look at this, we're trying to go from a curriculum-centered assessment over to learner empowerment. So we're moving from curriculum-centered, educator-driven, learner-centered to actually learner empowerment. And we depict and describe how that continuum looks so people can really understand where are your students? Where are you as a professional educator in all due respect in regards to how you're assessing students, you know, and how that's impacting your learning and your teaching. So we do it from an assessment, a summative assessment look. We do it from a formative assessment look. We do it from goal setting, and we do it from feedback. So we're constantly looking at all 4 of those areas to see how we're moving ourselves and our students over in that learner empowerment. And that lends itself, I don't want to steal the thunder, but that lends itself to a lot of our PPGs, our professional growth goals. So we do all of our goals based upon that assessment continuum. These are driving questions that we ask ourselves on the assessment continuum. Again, that's in our policy on the exhibit. I won't go through them all, but they're great driving questions, and I think you'll see it. You know, I'll be honest, from my teaching days to this day, I don't think I was necessarily doing a lot of these driving questions back in the early 90s to mid 90s when I was in the classroom teaching. And then we have the East Troy Community Staff Survey. Oops, let me go back here. These are national trends. These are not East Troy trends, but, and I have the source down there if you're wondering. So it's just not me grabbing something. 55% of educators now indicate that they are ready to leave the profession earlier than planned. 76% of educators feel that lack of respect from parents and the public is a serious problem. Only 30% of teachers nationally say they are satisfied with their current position, and enrollment in undergraduate teaching programs continues to decline each year. Now, that's the national stuff that we have to. One of the things, again, I'm going to go back to is we had 37 ultimately openings licensed staff this year. 69 again, I think, on approximately, don't quote me directly on that 69, but I think it was 69 to date of overall staff. And I will tell you that I think a big reason why we were able to fill is staying the course. Staying the course. We're not all over the place. We're trying to stay the course. We're trying to stay on those things that we think are really vitally important. We keep trying to support our staff with those things. We keep trying to provide our resources to those, and we're staying the course. We're not jumping left, right, all over. And when you ask the staff, it's one of the biggest things they ask. Please, please don't just start a new initiative and go start something new here and here. They go, we just can't keep up, and all the training that goes into it. So I think that's really important. Our staff survey on this, the first one is, I feel good about working in public education. I'm happy that of our staff strongly agree, and again, this is staff, so this is not licensed teachers just, okay? This is staff, so this is everybody who took it. We offered this to everybody in our district of employees. So I am included in this, all right? Administrators are included, support staff, teaching staff, bus drivers, everybody's included in this if they want to take it. 91.6% of our staff says they feel good about working in public education. We did look at this, and we broke this down from an administrative level into different demographics because we wanted to know what if there was one group that felt a lot different than another, and that we could address that differently and help. I look forward to going to work most days. 80.3% stated strongly agree that they look forward to going to work most days. Staff innovation in the district is encouraged. 85.2%, I believe, if I'm doing that right off the top of my head. 85.2% is encouraged. I am motivated to do my very best at work. Strongly and agree was 91.5, if I'm reading, I'm struggling up there. 91.5. That one's important to me because that kind of goes that motivation, right? That's that autonomy, right? Mastery, purpose, value, right? That's that intrinsic motivation. And does our staff feel that there's intrinsic motivation occurring, that we support that? So I'm happy to see that at 91.5%. I believe my pay is fair for the work I do. Now again, right, this is broad, so of the staff, what did each staff area say, right? And we need to take a look at that and break that down. Does support staff feel differently than the teaching staff? Does administration feel differently than the support staff? Does the staff at one of the buildings feel much differently than at another building, right? So we got to look at that in a multitude of ways. But I believe my pay is fair for the work I do. 38%. 38% strongly agree. So obviously, that's one we got to take a serious look at, right? We're going to need to look at why do we feel that the pay is not fair? Is that actual, factual, based upon that? And there's other things that go into it than salary. We know that, right? But this is a big one that our staff's saying they're feeling. So we need to look at that. I feel respected and supported by my direct supervisor. 82.4% feel supported, strongly agree by their direct supervisor. I feel really good about that. Now, I would love to have it greater, right? But 82.4% in a time in which, I'll be honest, I think we said, right? We're not demeaning, but we're demanding. And we push each other. And I think as you're being pushed and you're hopefully being supported, hopefully that comes through, but sometimes that can be taken as you're not being supported, right? So I think there's balance. Now, still, 18% almost there isn't feeling that way. We need to look at that, especially if it's largely in a group, in a subgroup. I feel I'm appreciated by our parents. 70.5% of our staff says that they feel they are strongly agree that they feel appreciated by our parents. And we shared this before, I feel I'm appreciated by our community at this point in time, at the staff when they took it last spring, and this was way last spring. 44.3% of our staff says that they feel appreciated by our community at that time. So that's work that we need to do, right? We need to do that. We need to do that together. I'm not looking at it saying community. I'm not looking at it saying district. That goes back to that engagement. Strategic priority number 3, engagement component. And strategic priority number 2, healthy culture. Some other additional data that I just found interesting that I thought I'd share. East Troy Community School District staff retention. Now, this is staff retention since 2017-18. Let's make sure we get that, all right? Since 17-18. And this is only licensed staff, special education aides, and aides, okay? So licensed staff would be administration and the teachers, just so people know that. But this is not all the support staff, non-administrative assistants, bus drivers, custodians. This does not include that, all right? I guarantee if it included that, our numbers are greater, right? Our numbers are much greater. We were just trying to follow licensed staff, special education aides, and aides in these graphs. So district-wide hires since 17-18 school year by buildings. So we broke that down by buildings, which I think that equates to 209. Now, I'm gonna say approximately 209. I'm not gonna say that data number is perfect, but because there's so many turnover and change sometimes and losing people at different times in the year, but approximately 209 is what we've had since 17-18. And that kind of represents at the building levels in those areas what that was. Now, if this next one, this is the average length of employment of those individuals. So when you go back right to that one, this is now the average length. So of those 63 in the middle school, right, that have left since 17-18 or were hired, all right, we can say that of the average length of employment by school of the people who left and created different job openings, they were here an average of about 6.58 years in the middle school. So high school is 8.31, Prairie View is up 10.57, and Prairie View is 10.35. So it gives us an idea of how long people are staying in our district in the buildings. In district-wide hires by school year, you'll see that we had a great jump this year, right? In regards to licensed staff, special education. I already said licensed staff was around 37. Is that right, Amy? Am I right on that one? 36? All right, 36. Sorry for saying 37. 36. And our overall staffing number, again, I think was 69. It might be 66, but I thought it was 69 now to date. It was 66, I think, when we began this. But you'll see that obviously this past school year, we had a great uptick. I mean, we usually have, 34, and from a licensed staff, I think, Amy, usually what, 12 maybe to 15?
12 is the most common, 15 is the highest.
12 was the most common before that, 15 was the highest before that. And then we were up to 36 this year. Unfortunately, I'm gonna say it, folks, this could be a common trend. If you think about the shortages going on, employment everywhere, right, for finding employment and everything, I get it. But also when you talk about shortages in education, and then you talk about all districts fighting for a lot of the same positions, right? It could become more of a common trend. I just was at a superintendent's conference, and I was hearing people talk about that they were having to deal with it right now. And not positions that were not filled, positions that are filled, but they've lost people already in the year to a different position, some in education and some out of education. That's the other thing that's different. I really believe most people weren't leaving education a decade ago. They'd go from education to education, right? But people are leaving education now for other employment in the private sector. We are struggling to find support staff because of what the private sector is offering for like benefits, right? We don't provide the benefits for support staff, I'll say it, right? We can't afford it. We're losing people because of that. So when other private sectors are offering some partial, possibly benefits, and their wage might be comparable, if not better, it becomes difficult for us to now maintain our support staff. So those are the challenges, right? That kind of goes back to why we're saying organizational culture is so important too. And then lastly, we did a family satisfaction survey. In that family satisfaction survey, we had 402 total respondents, which was a 26% participation rate. District-wide breakdown, average score has a maximum of 5. And what we had done was these index scores were combined with several questions. So it wasn't just one question that equated to that, right? Several questions that were about being informed, several questions that were about being included, atmosphere, equity, and then those were put into figuring out that average, right? And so from Informed, I am kept up to date on my child's progress and what's happening at school, 3.98. Included, I am welcome, respected, and part of the school community, 3.88. Atmosphere, my child feels safe and supported at school, 4.11. And equity, my family is accepted, respected, and supported at school, 4.11. In regards to some specific questions that we had, again, maximum score of 5 was there for it. I believe the East Troy Community School District should always provide resources and proper staffing toward attaining district goals. 94% of the people that took the survey responded agree or strongly agree, averaging out to a 4.40 out of the 5 scale. I support learning environments that considers my child's voice and choice in their learning. We weren't trying to set people up on it. We really wanted to know, like, are we on the right track here with, like, say, voice and choice? Or are parents like, we don't want anything to do with it, right? And if they're saying we don't want anything to do with it, we have 2 choices. We either A, scrap it, or B, we got to do a really better job of working with our parents to understand, help them understand why we're so committed to choice and voice. So we wanted to know. So I support learning environments that considers my child's voice and choice in their learning, focuses on continual improvement, and accurately assesses what my child knows and is able to do. Accurately assesses. So that goes into a lot of grading practices, to be honest. That says 93% agree and strongly agree, and a 4.28 average. I am satisfied with the transportation of the district before and after school, 92%, 4.21. I believe the East Troy Community School District is right to focus on the 6 C's. 93% agree and strongly agree, 4.19. I would support additional funding per a referendum to support the district's staffing and operational needs. We know that's broad, we know it's vague, I get it, but we just wanted to have a kind of a litmus out there. 84% said agree and strongly agree, 4.18. And I would support additional funding per a referendum to support the district facility needs, 81%, 4.07. And then we wanted to know a little bit about communications. And so we said, overall, how would you rate communications for the district? Because oftentimes we hear, right, and I can respect that, but hey, you got to do a better job communicating, got to do this, and I can respect it. Sometimes I will be honest, it's a little overwhelming because we don't have a department to it, right? So, and I always love it when we get compared to somebody like, well, they did this, they did that, and I go, they have a communication department. They literally have people in the department that just do communications for the district. Makes a difference in what you can communicate and how fast you can communicate it. I'm not a communications expert, right? I'm an education, I've got my doctorates in leadership, educational leadership, and not in communications. It's not to say that I can't communicate, but I will say it's an area of expertise. People go to school for that. My daughter's at University of Madison going for strategic communications. It's an area of design. So overall, how would you rate communications from the district? Well, I was happy to see that great and good was at 80%, and that we're at 94% for fair, good, and great. 94%. Honestly, that makes me feel really good. Now, if one person still feels it's not, and it's more than one, obviously at 5% for poor and 1% for don't know, but we still need to help reach them, right? And the people that didn't take the survey and how they feel. And we wanted to find out still, how do people like to receive their information? Due to the fact that's how we need to work on providing the information, right? And emails is still overwhelmingly at 96%. I'm glad to see a lot of the other ones up there because I think we try to provide all that. But I will tell you, I think we try to do all that, and that's part of the issue, is that's a lot. Because you're trying to provide it to, a person who does it via Twitter, or Instagram, right? Or now you go from different social media platforms to the newspaper. And it becomes a lot when you're trying to manage all of it for various learners. And I said this, I think, at a few board meetings ago, and I thought I got a few nods from the board members when I said, I go, the difficulty part for us right now is, I think we're in multiple generations on how they receive their information, right? Multiple generations receive their information differently, but they expect us to bring that information to them in whatever way they want. And we're trying, but it becomes difficult. And it becomes difficult when you don't have one person focusing on that specifically. Finally, our district challenges, and I know I've gone on, but I did say coming in tonight, I usually try to go through it fairly quick, and I said, not tonight, not tonight. We need to have some in-depth discussion on things. On this one, inadequate funding, I would actually say it this way, maybe a lack of stable and predictable funding. So instead of inadequate funding, I would say that maybe it's more of a lack of stable and predictable funding. That is our biggest thing for public education, I would tell you, in East Troy, is the lack of stable and predictable funding. And what do I mean by that? Well, here's a couple things that I would like to say. In 2002, Wisconsin ranked number 11 in per pupil spending. In 2020, Wisconsin ranked 25th in per pupil spending. In 2002, this was 11% above the national average. In 2020, it now is 5.6% below the national average. And I want to remind everybody that this is with operational referendums involved. That it would probably be worse if you took out the operational referendums that are in those statistics. And the second thing that's big to remember is that was from 2002 to 2020. Well, what happened in 2021 to 23 for public education? We had our funding freeze. Our biennial budget of 2021 to 2023 was a funding freeze, $0 per pupil increase in the revenue limit. So that does not even take that into account, those numbers. The largest drop, Wisconsin had the largest drop in ranking of any state, and that was before the 21-23 funding freeze. The share of the state general purpose revenue for K-12 schools has gone down from 2011, 38, to 2021, 31%. The reality is, right, the actual per pupil revenues have fallen significantly behind inflationary increases. You've heard us say that before. Just think where our revenue limit could be, and I admit this, I'll say it, this is my opinion, but I like it. Just think where I think the revenue limit could be if it just would have kept pace to CPI. I heard something the other day. This came from School Administrators Alliance, so I will say I haven't necessarily researched it out. It would not surprise me, though, but they had stated that $3.6 billion would have been provided to education if it had kept to inflationary increases in the last 15 years. If that is accurate, $3.6 billion to public education in the last 15 years could have been, a lot of districts would have not had to go to operational referendums and then have to put it on to their communities and the local taxpayer. So I think that's something that needs to be considered at a state level. Per funding education in Wisconsin, averaging about 100 levy overrides every 2 years. So in November coming up of 2022, 42 school levy overrides will be on ballot questions. So operational referendums to exceed the revenue limits, there will be 42 school levy overrides on ballot questions coming up November 2022. Again, I would just say I think that's a sign that districts continue to take, basically, to turn to levy overrides as a preemptive strategy. That's the way I would call it. Right now, Wisconsin has a projected surplus of $5.4 billion, and they have a rainy day fund of $1.7 billion. So we have $7.1 billion. Even our Wisconsin Revenue Secretary just stated on WPR.org that finance is the strongest in a half a century. So, again, I say budgets represent priorities. Budget represents priorities. And I really think that we need to think about the priority of the state funding. Not East Troy. I think state funding has to think about it from a priorities perspective. In addition, besides the significant need for recovery, I would call it a recovery budget to general aid, I would also say that we need to look at a significant increase in special education reimbursement aid. I've said that before, right? It was at 25%, 28%, and now it's up to 30%. And I think we need to look at a significant increase to that, right? And then we have a couple other items that I think are big, besides those items that I want to go into. And it covers all this, so if you're like, God, he's going to do this for each one of them? No, I'm not. This kind of explains it all, and I won't go into each one more in detail. But I think we have some things that have to be very carefully thought of when we're talking and we're thinking about everything that's been going on. I think we have some items that are called fiscal cliff items. And I really believe this, right? We always use this terminology up here. Like we have fiscal cliff items. Like Where are we investing monies, and is it in ongoing operational or not? And the problem is, right, a lot of districts, we're kind of one of them. You fall into it one time saying, we're never going to put one-time monies into any fiscal cliff item. I remember those days, because you go, how are we going to sustain it and pay for it, right? And so I remember those days, like, no, we do it in one-time things. If it's one-time money, one-time items that at least last 20, 25, 30 years, right? So maintenance, usually a lot, right? But to be honest, that sounded great at one time. A lot of districts have had to go from that strong stance to, well, maybe a little. Maybe a little. Maybe we got to do a little of it, right? Because they're trying to sustain. They're trying to sustain their operations. They're trying to provide the necessary resources, support for the kids, or keep their staff, right? Also, some districts have even had to go to, forget it. That world of living into one-time funds to one-time expenditures sounded great at one time. We're out of it. We just need to use the money, and we'll worry about it later, and we'll see if our community will support us on helping us later at a later time. That's where some districts are at. I get it. I mean, people had strong stances at one time, and it's kind of gone a different way on that. Where do I go with that? My example is ESSER funding, which is our federal stimulus funding, right? Our ESSER funding was provided to us, but here's something that I hear a lot of people think. A lot of people are portraying ESSER funding like we're always going to get it. Like it just, hey, use the money and you're always going to have the money. I have not heard that we are going to have ESSER funding after 2024, and it's about whether or not you have to spend it by September 24, right? We've maximized most of ours, not all of it, a lot of it. And we used a lot of it in regards to different things for the last 2 years, right, to help us keep the district going forward during COVID and the pandemic. And we put it into some maintenance components, and we put it into subs, so we could have school ongoing when people were out due to mainly the COVID, right? And we put it in a lot of other things. Last year, we also, besides putting it into those components, we said we needed to put it into operations to a degree. So we used about over 700,000, I think it might have been 779 off the top of my head, 779,000 into our operations so we could sustain operations. So instead of having to cut an additional $779,000 from last year's budget for this year operations. We don't have that 779,000 next year. We don't have that, right? That was one time. So we have to, whatever the structural deficit is projected for next year, we have to add 779,000 onto that deficit too, because we use that to help sustain our operations for this year. And so I just want people to understand that, so it's not ongoing spendable revenues. And I think that's really important. It's one-time money, it's temporary funds. The way I kind of said it to one person the other day is I said it's like a bonus and a raise. Everybody likes to get a bonus, who wants? You never hear me turn that down. But a bonus is not a raise. A bonus is great, but it's not a raise. Raise is sustaining, right? You've got it. And you hopefully can keep it along with the job. Bonus is one time. The other way of thinking about it is, it's like almost grants and fund balance. I mean, when you go into fund balance, it's like one time. I mean, you're drawing down. That's not a good thing. And grants are usually one time, or maybe 2 years. Grants aren't forever. So when we're doing all this grant writing, and we're getting all these grants, that's great. But that's helping us to sustain certain programs or people that we might never have those grants a year from now or 2 years from now. So that could be another component that hits our budget that we don't have, that we're anticipating right now that we have. That's not part of our general fund. So grants are another component. Declining enrollment is another cliff item. It adds to the problem and the challenge. And we are a district that has declining enrollment. Now, when I say that, I know a lot of people are like, yeah, you got to fix that. I agree. That'd be great to fix it. It's more than just our school district that fix enrollment, right? But I will say, one, the national long-term, like baby, I hate to say this, like kind of baby decline, baby bust, if you want to say, that is occurring, that is real, right? I mean, that's real. I mean, the population's changing nationally. But 2/3 of Wisconsin school districts have declining enrollment. So when people maybe think East Troy, 2/3 of our Wisconsin school districts have declining enrollment. Now, that's not to make an excuse for us as being one of those 2/3, but 2/3. Where I'm going with it is this. The problem with that is our revenue limits are based on a heavy component of enrollment, right? So the revenue limit that we all talk about, that we often talk about, and I haven't heard a lot of people disagree with me on it, that say, you know, yeah, we kind of need to maybe look at that revenue limit and changing that formula, right? And especially when we talk back to 1993 and how it came into existence, and how East Troy, to be honest, got really hurt when it came into existence, because we were a frugal district, and we got placed at a certain amount of spending in 93, and we never anticipated it, right? And so the districts that had the roof repairs and this and that all got to be put at a higher amount, and they've gotten that amount ever since, and we didn't. So we really got harmed by being a frugal district back in 1993. Well, the problem is there's never been anything to help us catch up from that amount. But here's the other problem. The revenue limits are based upon enrollment. So when we say a declining enrollment and the heavy factor of funding is based upon enrollments, that's another thing that'll create a challenge of a cliff item for us. Is that? So, and my final thing off the declining enrollment is this. I was trying to think of how to say this. This isn't really great verbiage, so I'm just going to say it this way. School districts don't shrink well. School districts don't shrink well. I see Kathy nodding her head, so at least I came through on that one maybe with the shrink well. School districts don't shrink well. And what I mean by that is, right, so we have a declining enrollment. But the problem is our fixed costs don't decrease just because our enrollment's declining. We have fixed costs all over the place. So our fixed costs don't like just decrease unless we want to give people less and redo all their contracts and follow statutes for when contracts have to be done. And in all due respect, when that has to be done, see the exodus happen of staff. If you start all of a sudden taking contracts and redesigning them. And it'll have to be done by statutes at certain times, and that'll give plenty of months for people to look for plenty of jobs. So that's the other problem, is the fixed costs and the decrease in enrollment, which hurts the revenue limit. It doesn't necessarily align to just our fixed costs. Or another way of looking at it is, right, and I know you've heard this a million times, you go down 25 kids throughout the district. It's simple if it's 25 kids in one grade level. It's not easy to do, I'm not saying that, but from a mathematical standpoint, it's kind of simple. You figure out, right, well, all of them are from one grade level, so we can keep class sizes the same and still go down a staff member. But they're not 25 from one grade level. It might be 2 from 12th, and 1 from 9th, and 3 from 8th, and 4 from 4th. So where do you choose? Where do you choose again? From on the class size, the programming. And in addition to that, and Dale knows this, we're always talking about new programming. What are some of the new programs that we want to add, the new skills that we want to bring to kids? I love the conversations we've had. And we're talking about that at a curriculum level a lot, and we're actually meeting on that this week, I think. But the realities are, if you don't have the additional funding for it, then you got to look at either changing it within or not offering some programming for others. And when you do that, what programming did you stop that now might deter a different group of students that were receiving those programming and services? So where I'm going with that is, I'm not trying to be a victim. I know that some people might portray me that way. I'm not. I'm going to be optimistic. I am. But I'm trying to paint a little bit of a reality of the challenges. And you can disagree with the challenges. I respect that. You can disagree with how you want to take data and use it a different way. I respect that. But I am saying there's a snowball effect that can happen. There's a snowball effect, right? That you have a declining enrollment, you have maybe the revenue limit being affected, you have the use of ESSER funds that aren't going to get replenished, and all of a sudden, and you have these fixed costs. There's a snowball effect that can happen with your staffing. There's a snowball effect that can happen with students and families leaving. And when all that stuff starts happening, it snowballs. That's my point. It snowballs, right? Like all of a sudden, good luck trying to find people as well as we did this year. Good luck trying to keep people and retain them. Good luck with keeping, as soon as we start losing kids and families because we're cutting programs or anything else, now that affects the revenue limit even more because now our enrollment's going down more. So all those things, right? Then another one was that I just want to bring up, Ted wrote it in his letter that's in the front of the packet. Please read the letters. You can read mine. I think it's decent, but I would highly tell you, read Ted's. read Ted's. Ted's letter is right on, and it speaks to the community. But he mentions this in his letter. The unprecedented inflationary pressure, right? The inflationary pressure on local school budgets. And that goes for everybody. I understand that that's a challenging thing for everybody in their own households. But he talks about that, and he talks about the challenging on the local school budgets. You know, challenging from a labor cost, right? Think about CPI. CPI in 2022 was 4.7%. And recently, I heard WERC, which is Wisconsin Employment Relations Commission, their calculations, just pure estimates at this time, but pure estimates are about at 8% for 2023. Could go up, could go down, but estimates right now at WERC were at 8% from 4.7 in 2022. A lot of decisions are going to have to be made on that. I think everybody understands what I'm talking about with that, right? A lot of decisions will have to be made on, are we going to provide that type of, connect our salary increases to CPI? We always connected a lot of it when it was at a 0.13 and a 1.2. Everybody seemed very content then. You know, obviously, how do we even afford an 8? We already know we have deficits, and we know we have an ongoing 779 ESSER coming in of deficit. So how do you look at an 8? But what's the right number, and what's the number that other people will be offering in other districts that say, come here, come be our employee. So that competition for staff is real, and not only for licensed staff. That competition for support staff might even be more real. That might even be more real. So with all of that, that kind of sums all of that up there. I leave it with this, and I'm going to leave on a higher note. And I mean that, because all this is real, but you know what? I'm very proud of our district, and I mean that. I wouldn't go over all those celebrations if I wasn't proud of it. First and foremost, I want to just say this. Everyday actions reveal identity. So let's not be the ones living with regret because we didn't see some opportunities. No, I'm just leaving it at that. Like, we got to keep seizing opportunities. All right? We've got to make some opportunities and seize some opportunities. I always say that to the people I lead, and I say that oftentimes with my own family, like, hey, we're responsible for making opportunities. Don't expect opportunities to come to you. Make them. And I think we have to think about that as a district and a community, but we have to constantly think about how we can make opportunities happen. The other thing is, I'm very firm of this. Education works. And I know that's very broad in general, but it works. And East Troy education works. And we're focusing on the whole child in East Troy. There are things that we have to get much better at, but there are things we're doing really well. But it works. But I will tell you, we have to start, we have already been doing it for some time, and that is, I'm not sure at the capacity that we can keep doing. And that's just me being honest and frank. I'm not sure at the capacity that what we can keep doing. You know, it works until it doesn't work. And that can really sneak up on you quick in life. It can really sneak up on an organization quick. It can work until it doesn't work. And it can hit very quickly. And I think we have to be very cautious about that. And then the final thing is, I want everybody to leave here with this, and that is, I am a firm believer. There's a lot of great things going on. I want people to speak highly of the East Troy Community School District. I appreciate people asking questions. I appreciate people wanting to know more. And I appreciate even people who don't agree with me on that I should be proud of the East Troy Community School District, but you'll never hear me say anything otherwise. I am very proud of it. I'm proud of leading it, and I'm proud to be part of it. But I will say, I think we have to think about, I saw a sign when I was out walking the other day, and I was going to put it in my slides, but I knew it wouldn't be in the annual booklet, so I didn't do it. And that is, it was a sign, and I took it, and it said, which way? Which way? And it had 2 arrows. And I think that's us. Which way? We got to make some choices. We got to decide what we're going to be about. And then we're going to have to live with those choices, and we got to then make us be that. Make us be that. So thank you very much for your time. Kathy will go on with her financial components.
So I have the second part of the annual meeting tonight, which is the financial components. Dr. Hibbner mentioned some things that are on my slide, so I'll try to skip those when I get to them. But the beginning here is just some financial facts, some financial background. Justin, what do I point this at? Up there?
I think you just hit the down arrow, okay.
Thank you. Okay, so the first slide, for those of you in the audience who don't know, Dr. Hibbner mentioned it, school funding, public school funding, is based on something called a revenue limit, okay? It's been around since 1993. It's a law, and basically revenue limits are how much a school is authorized to raise funds in property taxes and state aid. And it makes up a vast majority of your school budget in any given year. There are a number of other miscellaneous components of revenue, but again, about 85% is from property taxes plus state aid equals these revenue limits. Revenue limits are governed by the number of students that you have. And our revenue limit worksheet is on page 33 in your booklets. So on page 33 is an example of a revenue limit formula, and it basically starts out with, and this is the 22-23 revenue limit worksheet, by the way, even though it says 21-22 up at the top. The worksheet didn't change its header, but anyhow, the top left portion is the 21-22 base amounts of information. Then you have enrollment, and basically what it does is it compares your previous 3-year rolling enrollment with your new, most recent 3-year enrollment. And then it looks and says, okay, are you increasing or decreasing? And then it goes over to the right-hand side, and I realize the copier cut off my numbers on the right-hand side, but then it starts to say, all right, basically, how many pupils do you have times a per pupil amount? Okay, that's what the revenue limit is. So enrollment, this head count, and how many students that you have in your district as residents are pretty important numbers. So head count on this slide is students in our buildings. And again, yes, the revenue limit worksheet uses residents, which is a little different computation. It takes into account subtracting open enrollment in, adding open enrollment out, and some other variations. But in general, it's following this same trend. We have less students. The yellow line here is when we added 4K in our district. Something that a lot of districts did all around the same time, and it's A, good for the students, and B, good for enrollments and revenue limit formulas to have more students again in your computation. But you can definitely see our numbers going down. We were estimating in 22-23 on this slide by just a roll forward method. I do multiple different enrollment projections. This slide had the roll forward method, 1459. We just had our student count last third Friday, the third Friday count last Friday, September 16th. We are a little bit even lower. We're at 1447 for the head count of East Troy, which is 57 students below last year. That's a draft. Still working this week basically on changes every day and verifying different kinds of students and student enrollments. But I'll go back to something Dr. Hibbner said, that schools don't shrink well. And like a 57 student loss across all the grades from kindergarten, K4 through 12th grade is about 4 kids per grade. We have about 4 classrooms per grade. So it's like losing 1 student in every classroom. So how do you cut a teacher? How do you cut a program? But yet, what is 56 students going to translate into ultimately on that page 33 revenue limit worksheet? It's going to translate into $560,000 of loss because each student is $10,000. So that's the problem, you know. And I will say, like, for example, my child goes here. I want her to have the same opportunities and the same kinds of services as when these 57 students were still here. So, oh, we have a computer about to restart. Thank you, Mr. Butala. So anyhow, that's what makes it so difficult, is you want to keep the same services, the same opportunities, the same extracurriculars, the same great staff for the students who remain. Okay? This is our open enrollment in and open enrollment out, and our homeschool graph. So we had last year, I'll go over to the right, 137 in, 268 out. That's definitely a source of problems when you look at our membership count, even the draft. Like, we're losing about 20 kids per grade to open enrollment out, and that could be another classroom again. It's not turning on me. Is it stuck because of the about to restart? Nope, that's okay. I'll just keep talking for the sake of time. General fund components is the next slide. If you're following along the bottom of page 16 in your booklets, we just like to show again where revenues come from, that we have a portion of state aid, portion of property taxes, and then the portions that make up other expenditures. This is a year where I made a new little sliver in the expenditures pie chart over there. We have one-time expenses that are unusual this year. We have about 400, I have it written down, sorry. On the spot here, I cannot remember my numbers. Dr. Hibner rattles off numbers. I have to look them up. We have $320,000 for a Chromebook replacement cycle that happens once every 4 years, and we purposely build what's called the fund balance over the course of 4 years to be able to do that replacement cycle once every 4 years. We have a one-time remaining middle school HVAC expenditure of $568,404. That's a one-time expenditure built into the budget. And then back in March, I believe it was, the state gave some money, $31,937 in Get Kids Ahead program funding. And the way that came in, it was receipted in March. We did not spend it or use it yet, so that is carrying over to the next school year as a one-time expense. It's causing our budget to not be balanced this year when you look at our revenues and our expenditures because of these calculated, I guess, one-time, again, expenditures that we are purposely pulling out of fund balance, and it's going to reduce our overall fund balance, which I'll talk about in a little bit here yet. But these charts, especially, so going back to the revenues, it shows how much we get from per pupil aid. That's a little sliver, 5%. We get about 22% from state aid, 59% from property taxes, and then other grants, fees, open enrollment in, that's only about 14%. So again, that revenue limit formula, which is state aid plus property taxes, is a big chunk of the pies. 22-23 expenses, again, it's going back over to that other pie chart. Salaries and benefits are in yellow, they're 58%. The Fund 27 transfer is essentially money that the special ed fund needs to operate, so that's mostly salaries and benefits. And then open enrollment out, we're paying for staffing, salaries and benefits at other districts, so you have to add all of those up. And then this one, general fund is Fund 10, Fund 27 is your special ed. So this is the one that I really like to show of what is salaries and benefits once you take those two funds into account. So again, the yellow, the black, and the gray, 47 plus 20 plus 9, 76% is what we spend upon salaries and benefits. That's why a lot of those discussions, like Dr. Hibner was mentioning, about salaries and benefits are very important in a school district that is predominantly staffing. Like, it's not like a business where you might be spending a lot of money on your product or your materials. School property taxes have been kept in check. We like to show that in the recent years, Justin, can you make sure I don't get signed out? In recent years, on average, we have only increased 1.2% for levies. And again, Dr. Hibner mentioned it, our mill rate is below the average for K-12 districts. It has been for some time. There's just another visual that our property tax levy has been relatively flat. And then this is a graph that shows the history of our mill rate up on top. You can see that at its high point in 14-15, it was at 1042, now has lowered down to 842, estimated 22-23. And then you can see how we compare to our athletic conference and also some geographically local school districts. The mill rate spread is widening in the state of Wisconsin. So you can see here, like Broadhead is down to 652, and then Clinton is a high at 1250 of the school districts that that we were comparing here to. And again, that is your taxes for the school district based on $1,000 of property value. I'm not going to go into this slide very much. It's more important in years where our mill rate's increasing because sometimes you can see where our state aid dipped down and our budget was still flat and mill rates were going up. Here again, property values decreasing. You can see in those years from 9-10 to 14-15. So we're not in this issue right now. We have a declining revenue limit happening. We have declining basically state aid and a very low projected levy increase this year. It's not one of those years where we have the communication that I need to put out with some of those other slides. So I'm just gonna, again, skip through that, like to keep it on there for future years when and if that time comes, I'm gonna need it. This is just a snapshot of the different municipalities that feed into the East Troy School District. So you'll see at our October meeting where we're setting the final levy that even though we set an average levy, again, we're talking about a 1% levy in this meeting tonight, it might be 4% in one municipality and negative 2% in another municipality. All depends on their valuations and how they've changed in retrospect from previous years. So we mentioned that before, that we have a good solid credit rating. Now we're going to go into the portion here tonight where we quickly talk about how 21-22 ended, and for that I'm going to turn to our treasurer, Dale Ames.
Page 26 of the package. I'm not going to go through the whole package. I'm just going to read part of it. The Treasury Report figures for the fiscal year 2021-22 are enclosed in the annual meeting package. The external audit of the budget has been completed, and the auditor's final written report is expected by December 2022. Some highlights and key points of the 2021-22 fiscal year include a mill rate decrease from $8.72 to $8.34. ESSER federal funding that plugged a hole created with a 0-0 state budget. Food service federal funding that restored COVID-related losses in Fund 50. Middle school HVAC repair and restoration project. Concluding the year with $48,883 higher in revenues than expenses for the board to apply to remaining middle school HVAC upgrades in the 22-23 year, or the continued long-term goal of eliminating short-term borrowing. Our district manager, Mrs. Kathy Swinjas, will next present the 2022-2023 budget plan. Dale Ames, School Board Treasurer.
As you can see on the slide above, again, 21-22 ended with a fund balance increase of $201,820. What is fund balance? It's the difference between assets minus liabilities. That's what equals a school district's fund balance. It's more than a cash balance. This particular slide, or this particular money, $201,820, does increase the cash portion of fund balance, okay? So fund balance is more than cash balance, but cash balance is a part of the overall fund balance. So again, you can see here, we increased fund balance at the end of last school year by $201,820. And again, $121,000 is the 4-year Chromebook replacement cycle. It takes about $320,000 to replace the student Chromebooks, and then about another $100,000 to replace the staff Chromebooks. $31,937 is the Get Kids Ahead funding, and that left us then with $48,883 towards middle school HVAC from the previous year, okay? All right, so now if we talk the 22-23 new budget, we're in the second year, Dr. Hivner mentioned, of a 0-0 state budget. So no increase on the revenue limit, no increase on the per pupil aid. So if we had the same number of kids, we would have a 0% change in revenues. But we do have declining enrollment. So that translated into a 2.28% revenue limit decrease for East Troy schools, okay? Dr. Hibner also mentioned that we are using ESSER. You're gonna see in an upcoming slide, I'm gonna try to jump to it right now, because as we're talking, I think it makes sense. We were trying to balance in that 2.2% revenue limit decrease. We were trying to balance $1,169,000 loss this year. We added $245,000 of budgetary changes, and you can see what those are on page 62 is a more detailed version, but it was like a reading interventionist. We are having trouble finding subs for the classroom. So during COVID, we had hired several full-time, long-term subs. We decided to keep 2 of those employed so that we could have subs, because again, the daily sub pool list is so small. And then we hired 1 middle school special education teacher because of needs. One thing that I always say, it gives me a heart attack, but it's also important, are those impact needs, because education is changing. And we don't put our heads in the sand here and say, well, we've got these gaps, we can't afford anything new. So it actually, again, adds to your problem. It adds to the amount that you need to reduce. But many times those changes in staffing, those changes in programming, you mentioned, again, we're talking with Dale about new things being added that are needed. That's going to increase, again, the amount we need to reduce, but that's the way we need to evolve. What staffing reductions did we make? We are down 1 high school administrator. We're down 1 elementary school math interventionist. We reduced a full-time B&G person to part-time, thereby having that person lose benefits. And we assessed and eliminated some extra duty stipends. Now, that doesn't balance the budget, and we talked about how we're proud that we balance the budget every year, but certainly those numbers do not balance the budget. That is when the ESSER funding had to come into play, and that is when, again, Dr. Hibner mentioned almost $800,000 of ESSER funds were used this year to balance the budget. Okay. So that goes back to this slide here. ESSER 3 funds helped to offset those revenue limit decreases. Final student counts are still pending for 22-23. Decreases affect 23-24 and beyond due to expiring hold harmless exemptions. The first year you have a declining enrollment exemption in the revenue limit formula, there's a hold harmless that's applied, because right now we're doing the count. The levy's being set in October. We are a couple of months into the school district. You're not going to make changes to your staffing right now. They are under contract. Again, we have about 80% of our budget is salaries and benefits. So what else are you going to cut? Diesel fuel in the buses? Heating in the winter? Snow plowing? There's not a lot to reduce to make changes in your current fiscal year. So again, the revenue limit formula has a hold harmless. But what does that do? It pushes out the cuts to future years. And because it's based on that 3-year rolling average that I discussed on that page 33 revenue limit formula, the declines in enrollment actually affect the next 3 years going out. And then we had a pretty big decline, I think it was in 2020. So we're still coming off of that decline. So declines compound on additional declines. So it's very, frustrating and very detrimental again to the finances of a district. Okay, so now I'm going back to paper slides. On the top of page 19, I'm just reiterating again, property taxes plus state aid make revenue limits. The slide upper right on page 19 shows in blue revenue limit increases or decreases. You can see that one year, I believe it was 2011, when revenue limits were cut significantly. Then the yellow is per pupil aid funding replaced revenue limit increases for a while. But the last 2 years, again, 0, you can see that. The page 19 first middle slide, this is on page 35 of your books. And what I'm attempting to show with this slide is if you just look at budgets and you just look at revenue limit totals, you will see the East Troy School District increasing, okay? Not great amounts, maybe 3 to 5%. But that's still greater than what we've gotten on revenue limit formulas. Why? Well, we've taken advantage of something the last few years called transfer of service. We have had quite a few new special ed needs. We've hired new special ed staff from those needs, and we've utilized something in the revenue limit worksheet called transfer of service. You're taking that on from other school districts when students move in. So more OT, more PT, more special ed aides, more special ed teachers. So we're using transfer of service as much as we can. Another thing that's over and above your basic revenue limit, but it gets added on to the revenue limit, is private school vouchers. We collect taxes for private school vouchers on behalf of the state of Wisconsin system and then distribute that to private schools, okay? So that's something that's also artificially increased our revenue limits as time has gone on. So what I like to do is I like to peel those off. I like to say those are not monies that we can use as a school district, private school vouchers, nor are we comparing apples to apples if we're looking at the same amount of services from one year to the next year, but we have 2 new high-cost special ed students who've moved in, and that needed a 1-to-1 teacher and whatever and whatever. So again, to get apples to apples, I like to compare. Then this is what you net out to. And what you net out to are increases after the big decrease in 11 of like 1.13, 0.63, 0.79, 0.15, all the way on to now we're facing 2 years of negatives again, negative revenue limit totals. And that's very hard to maintain staffing with increases in salary, increases in benefits, and inflation going on. So again, we're plugging the hole this particular year with almost $800,000 of ESSER funds that, like Dr. Hibner mentioned, aren't going to be around forever. These years, this is a history of, again, this process where we compute the budget ahead. We look at what do our expenditures, what are they anticipated to go up by, and what's our revenue limit anticipated to go up by, and the expenditures are always much higher than the revenue limits, so we talk about the amount that we need to reduce each and every year. That's the first column. The impact needs is changes to the budget, things that have added to the budget. Then there's a couple other columns where sometimes bad things have happened. We've had a September count and it's resulted in even more cuts needed to be made. Or you can see way down below 2007, 2008, something wasn't balanced in the beginning of the budget, and then we ended the year with a huge deficit that needed to be rectified the next year. So what can help? What can help a public school district increase a revenue limit? Enrollment, Enrollment is the big driver, again, of that revenue limit worksheet on page 33. Increases from the state. So instead of a $0 revenue limit increase, instead of a $0 per pupil increase, getting back to some amount. Even a $200 per pupil increase is a 2% increase, okay? And then if there's nothing coming from the state, referenda, where we turn to the voters and ask for those levy overrides. And that's what Dr. Hibbner was talking about, that there are a number of them on the ballots for this November. This is another thing he was talking about, that in 1993, when revenue limits were set, East Troy was at the 15th percentile of the lowest revenue limits in the state. The gray is the average. And so each and every year in that gap, we have not, we've been below state average in amount of funds per student being collected. So we balance the budget every year. Here's just a visual of how we do it. We have a 5-year projection going on at any given time, and then we have a 1-year projection going on where we talk about what's the deficit, what do we need to change in the budget or add, what do we need to decrease to manage that budget. What have we done over all those years? We have done changes and reductions in all benefit packages, including health, retirement, dental, and life insurance. We have moderated wage rate increases such that we are now at or below comparable school districts. We have made energy efficiency gains. We have eliminated positions. We have restructured positions to part-time for benefit avoidance. We have competitively priced purchases. We have applied for grants and gifts. We have refinanced debt. And we are prepaying debt to minimize interest costs. So this is just more of, again, what we've done. We take advantage of all kinds of grants and gifts. I did not figure out the percentage of some of this in our budget this year. Honestly, I didn't have time, but it is a growing percentage of our budget is the grants that we're applying for and receiving. And then, again, we have the standalone topic of ESSER. And Dr. Hibbner mentioned it quite a bit, that the one relief that was, basically made us able to balance this budget this year is that we received $1.6 million in ESSER. About $800,000 is going to that middle school HVAC project, and another almost $800,000 is balancing this budget. Now, we may not end up using all $800,000. I still have to crunch, that's what I do between when the student count finishes and when we have October 15th, all those final numbers coming in. I have a pile on my desk of all kinds of budget changes that have happened since this meeting packet was printed in July and now, and I'm making those changes. And for example, if we had a lot of people hired that didn't need family health insurance, we might, squeeze out a few more dollars and not need all of the dollars in ESSER funds that we currently budgeted for this school year. Funds may be used to support our response to COVID-19. That is what the federal government intended those funds to be used for, to safely reopen and sustain the operation of schools. Basically, the disconnect was that the state of Wisconsin said use these funds to address the budget gap created from a $0 revenue limit formula behind your original projections. So I like to show this cliff picture at this time because that's again what Dr. Hibbner mentioned. These are one-time funds. To our knowledge, they are going away. They're not coming back. So then what are we going to do in future years when they're not here? So a recap. So in normal years, revenue limits definitely do not keep up with expenses. Declining enrollment further creates a problem. This particular biennial budget was 0, 0, 0 per pupil, 0 revenue limit. We have inflation going on. We have the cliff of ESSER. But in all of that, to try to maintain Dr. Hibbner's positivity, we must continue maintaining a competitive status and balancing the budget. So again, our key factors, these are the things that can help us in the future with finances. This is a heat map I did a long time ago. You can look in your packets. It was meant to address, every once in a while, someone would say to me, well, why doesn't Elkhorn have this problem? Or why doesn't, whatever insert other school district? And the answer wasn't the same for every school district. Some of them have positive open enrollment. Some of them have operational referenda already in place. Some of them have increasing enrollments. Some of them have enrollment over 3,000. If you're a bigger school, the way the finances are just set up, economies of scale make it easier. And Union high schools also have kind of a loophole, so I threw those on there. And then I started to see how many had one of these factors, how many had two of these factors, how many had three of these factors going on. And the ones in red have 4 of these positive financial factors going on. So you can see the discrepancy there. The other discrepancy, and it's not updated, this is some work that was done a long time ago because it takes a lot of work to get these graphs together, is when you pass a referendum, how much more money do you have? And the discrepancy is growing. The discrepancy is growing between school districts who've been able to pass referenda and those who have not, and how much they're able to generate per pupil. So like over on the left, I have a little chart there. The average operational referendum was giving $567 per student. And in 1920, if East Troy had that, it would be an additional $937,000 to operate with. So what about some additional funds? Not in this packet, not in this budget, but something we're going to have to add to the budget soon. There was an additional increase from the state of Wisconsin. You can see the press release on page 68 of your packets. So it wasn't, are we going to get any more federal ESSER? We don't know. We have heard nothing. We don't believe so, but it could happen. And then next bullet, August 31st, this is what's on page 68. Governor Evers announced an additional investment, $15 million additional Get Kids Ahead money to provide mental health services. So matching again that same amount that was given in March. There's a new amount coming. And $75 million to give districts flexibility to meet staffing needs, keep class sizes small, and provide other district classroom support. And the amount that is on the website that is coming for East Troy is $150,000, $489. Okay. So now we have a section here, it's called the budget hearing, where we have, first of all, it was in the newspaper also, but on page 37 of your packets is a summary of the budget, and again, that's what was in the newspaper. And then pages 38 through 42 is a little bit more expanded version of the budget. I also brought my entire budget printed out, which is 96 pages and 2,940 accounts. And so if you have real specific questions, we can talk about this, but even some of these specific accounts have like a spreadsheet behind each account. So generating how the number is calculated. But anyhow, this is the time that you have an opportunity to comment and or ask questions. And I have gotten a couple documents with a lot of questions on them. So I figured that I would go through those as well. Do you want me to start with the documents, or do you want to start with?
Yeah, I think that'd be a good place to start with the questions that were submitted. I think we got an email on Friday with a few questions, so.
Okay. All right. So, and one thing that I'm going to ask here too is, so a lot of times when I've gotten these questions, I have just done my job and I've just answered them and moved on, right? That's what I'm supposed to do, answer the question. And then other times I've tried to explain, like, that's going to take me a long time to look up all of these questions. We don't have the staffing. But I thought I'd try something different tonight. in an effort to maybe, I don't know, bring the community closer, in an effort to try to be continuously learning, Dr. Hibner mentioned, and seize the opportunity, I'm using both those phrases, when we're bringing up one of these questions that was posed, can we ask the why? Why is it being asked? So, for example, one question is, where are attorney fees budgeted and how much for 22-23? Where are attorney fees budgeted and how much for 22-23? So I'll start. They are budgeted under 10E 800 310 231 500. Okay, that's where they're budgeted. That's the line item that they're under. 10E 800 310 231 500. Okay, then, so where is that in the budget? Well, it rolls into the function that starts with 23. Okay? The amount that is budgeted is $60,000. And again, it is rolled into the, because you get a summary, so it's in the 2-3s. But can I ask, again, I'm trying real hard here to heal this community because I feel like there's animosity. I'm just going to shout it out. So can you, Jean, you asked this question. Why are you asking the question? Let's try to understand, as a board and administration and community, why are you asking the question? Go ahead.
They're asking the question because they're wondering, is there fees that are being paid for litigation? Or is this fees that are being paid to attorneys or normal legal people? What is the attorney's fees? This all, the total attorney's fees, $60,000.
So, and again, you asked how much is budgeted. So that's how much is budgeted. But I'll give you for an example, we spent $32,588.63 last year out of the amount that was budgeted. Because you can't predict sometimes how much you're going to need legal services. So that's kind of the discussion I want to have here. Okay? And then, like what you said, is it for routine legal things? Is it for litigation? Again, board chime in here, but it could be all of the above. It could be litigation. It could be preventing litigation. If you actually get litigated, the amount of attorney fees are going to be way higher than $60,000. So an ounce of prevention is the best medicine a lot of times. Okay? So, and then yes, like tonight we are going to have short-term borrowing at the regular meeting. There are fees that go along with the short-term borrowing, and those fees go under the attorney line item, and they're required. So it's all of it. There's a required preventing litigation. Sometimes you are on the verge of litigation or actually in litigation. Anybody want to add anything else about attorney fees?
I mean, there's always attorneys get involved if we have an expulsion hearing with a student. If we have any, attorney's always there at the expulsion hearings to guide the board through the process. So there's always legal fees involved with that. Yeah, property, we're selling property now. Anytime we're negotiating a property sale or buying any property, lawyers have to be involved. Yeah, Dr. Hibner mentions personnel issues. Anytime there's a personnel problem, the attorneys are involved heavily to help us through that process. I'm sure there's other uses. The attorneys, we're communicating with our attorney quite a bit with different issues as they come up.
So would you say then we're not paying fees as a result of some kind of suit against us? It's fees for services, mostly. Correct.
Okay, next one. Where are audit fees budgeted and how much for 22-23? Okay, so again, if I just quickly answer the question, audit fees budgeted $20,000. Where are they budgeted? 10E 800 310 231 700. 20,000. Okay, so why are we asking the question?
I guess one of the reasons that we have a lot of fees for audit, $20 doesn't sound like too much to be concerned about. So,
Mhm.
what's being audited?
Yeah, and do you know that audits are required? We don't do audits for fun.
So audits, like what kind of audits?
So that encompasses 2 audits that are both required by the state of Wisconsin. One is our annual financial audit. A friend of mine once, at my house at some dinner or something, said, I don't understand why schools just get audited all the time. They must be doing things wrong. No, we are required to have an annual audit every year, and it must be by one of the auditors that's approved to do school audits that's listed on the state of Wisconsin website. Okay? So it's definitely not my choice to be audited every year. And there's also a once every 3-year membership audit that is a separate cost. Okay, and this particular last year, so again, you asked how much we were budgeting, $20,000. We actually spent $18,000 in 21-22, and that included the membership audit, which again only happens once every 3 years. And further, we went out to bid for auditors this last cycle, and we chose the lowest cost auditor amongst like however many bid, and I sent it out to, again, let's say 10, only 5 or so bid, because auditors are also facing a lot of scrutiny, and a lot of them are dropping public schools. The audit requirements are getting more and more intensive, and they've left the market, okay? But we chose the least one, and you know, here's another thing. When I talk to my fellow business managers, we have one of the cheapest audit costs. So when I get asked the question, where are audit fees budgeted and how much for 22-23, that's the whole story I want to tell, is that we are extremely low cost with it, okay? Okay, number 4, and I'm purposely skipping number 1 because I feel like I answered it, but we can go back to it if you need it answered about the fund balance, but I did it in the presentation. Number 4, where are referendum consultant fees budgeted and how much for 21-22 and 22-23? So where are referendum consultant fees budgeted and how much for 21-22 and 22-23? So first of all, which referendum consultant are you referring to?
The upcoming one that we're thinking about having, let's be having some people working on helping with that already, having some fees.
So are we talking Doreen?
Doreen is the only one I could think of.
Right, because I go, same, I'm like, which one are you thinking of? So Doreen is with PSI, that's the company that's doing the middle school HVAC, and they're providing that consultant free of charge. So why are we asking that question?
So, you can see what kind of money we're spending on that. I guess most of these questions are just,
Okay,
what kind of money are we spending on these things?
okay, but I'm
Because
gonna,
if they're not much, it's not much of a problem. The success of, so far, 60 and 20,000 didn't seem like that big of a thing.
yep, but, how do I explain this? I mean, most of the time, people do have referendum consultant fees, again, that are paid. Like, we're getting off easy here with somebody who's not being paid. So I guess I just wonder, like, where you're going with it.
Do you see PSI as helping the facility with not getting paid?
They are not getting paid for this operational referendum process that we're entering into. Yep, so again, keep the dialogue going.
Through a while ago with the middle school and everything else, PSI did that work. And so PSI has agreed to assist with any operational process dialogue. On the maintenance side, obviously, they're not involved in any operational discussion. On the maintenance side, they're working with Andy Daniels. They've provided a report for our operational subcommittee, which Steve and Dale have looked at. But yeah, they're not charging us for those reports. Obviously, if maintenance were to be decided to be addressed and approved upon, then they would be highly considered in those projects due to the fact of they've already gone through the RFP before and doing the middle school project and then all the work. So it's pretty much they're giving their time with the understanding that they would be highly considered for any future projects, but no costs while they're working through us. So if the board elects not to even go to a capital referendum at all, they're not getting anything. They're just going to be possibly saying, okay, well, consider us into the future for that. Now, one of the things, Gene, on that, Doreen is not being charged at all because she's a consultant with to PSI. She has her own business. PSI uses her. So there's no fee being charged by PSI to us to use Doreen either to assist in that planning process with the board, the facilitation. Now, you heard at the last special meeting that the board is going to consider a community survey. And so at this upcoming special board meeting on the 3rd of October, we will have an individual at that from School Perceptions, Bill Foster, if he's available via Zoom, and he will be talking to the board about what it would be involved in that process for a school or community survey, and just the whole timeline associated to it, and what the board wants out of the community survey. So that would be a cost associated if we go that way.
So you're like saying that's like somebody coming to give you an estimate for some work to get done, a free estimate, then if they get the job, they get money. That's
Now they'll be considered. They'll be one of the bidders when we bid out the project.
And only for a facilities. But an operational is not facilities. An operational is money to increase your levy. So the operational referenda work is not, they're not going to get a dime. But if they get a future facilities work, like a middle school HVAC renovation or something like that, which is a different referenda, that's a debt referenda. Mhm. Okay, next question. Where are AVID expenses budgeted and how much for 21-22 and 22-23? Online program, license fee expenses, instructional expenses, most likely under separate line items. So I thought we answered this one for you once before, so I guess I'm asking why again?
we did discuss Abbott instead of previous meeting. In the details we have
Go ahead, Kathy, where is it?
Okay, so it's in several different budgeted line items. So partly in the high school budget, there will be supplies. Partly in the Director of Curriculum's budget, there will be AVID renewals. Is that correct, Amy?
Yes, a membership.
Okay. Then we pay teachers to teach AVID as part of their day. So I don't know if you want like a part of their salary, a prorated percentage. Okay.
person's Abbott coordinator, because I think we had two of them. How much of their time are they spending on Abbott? So that would be,
So Stacy, do you know off the top of your head how many periods a day are AVID?
Sure, so this is the first year that we have AVID for freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. So it would be one period each day. We only offer AVID first and second trimester, not third trimester. So one teacher has two sections of AVID. She teaches 9 and AVID 12. And then I have a math teacher that has one section of AVID a day for first and second try, and then one science
So we would have to look all of that up and spend time on that, Jean. I'd have to pull all of those different numbers.
The Avid coordinator is part of her duties. It's part of her overall responsibility. She doesn't get paid a stipend or amount of her contract.
If the person is getting $60 a year, for example, in spending.
I don't break out responsibilities on somebody's contract, Gene.
Time, let's say 20% on Avid duties, well, 20% times $60.
I wish it was that simple. To be honest, it's not.
That coordinator spends her time on secondary education, and Avid is part of our secondary education program. So it would just be like, how much time does she spend on science and mathematics, and we can't I cannot break that out for you.
And again, why? I'm going to that trying to heal question of why. Because someone else might have an issue with computers being taught.
And I've had students that have transferred to East Troy because we have Avid. So I understand that, Eugene, you've been pretty straightforward that you're not a supporter of Avid, and I hear and respect that, that's your opinion. But I also think it's important to recognize that we have students in the program. We had parents come to a board meeting, perhaps you weren't present, I don't recall, that was talking support of it. So just because one person or one group is not in support, there is others that find value in it.
But basically, that's why the question was asked, because we may not support it, how much does it cost? So what if you ask, how come the question was asked? There it is.
Okay, but again, other people might not support computer programs being in the schools. So they, agriculture.
Well, now that's, now you're, let's just start going.
Right, you can say that. You asked why the question was asked, that's why.
I think it's the same, though. You're talking about one program,
Mhm.
one class. Avid is a class. I don't think it's any different than using the example of a different class. Hence agriculture or Spanish or family and consumer science, right? They're all curricular classes.
And I will go, okay, and what this is doing to our staff that value these programs and teach these programs, how do you think that's making them feel?
Why don't we,
So this is what I'm talking about with
I
healing,
would say we should
healing the community, please, okay?
try to get that worked out.
What was it, I think, the last meeting, there was a direct cost for Avid that doesn't involve the teachers and coordinator positions, it was $2,000.
Yeah.
My budget line item for Avid at the high school is $10,000, and that includes, so if we have trainings that comes out of that, materials, supplies.
Was shared at the one board meeting. I have to find out which one that was at, but when we had a bunch, I mean, we talked about Avid at a few board meetings, and then we've came with all the information that we had shared in some of the public records, and we broke it all down, and all these numbers were shared that night. I just know that at that board meeting, because we shared it with you guys, so you knew all the information.
I think it was like 24,000 or 29,000 was the
I
cost.
think the max that it could be, but I think we only budgeted close to 10, just
Yeah.
for direct cost.
I mean, just to make a summary, I think Avid is good, as long as, and I think these guys are gonna be okay with Avid, as long as it doesn't go down that rabbit hole that kind of veers off of some things that they don't like. But I think Avid has value. I know we have students that come here for Avid, so therefore that's a good thing. Like Kathy says, we lost 208 students. We can't afford to lose students. So we got to recapture those students and bring them back in here, and if Avid does that, then that's a good thing.
Yeah, and I would say, oh, sorry, were you going to say something else?
I just say that, and it's a good thing, I think it's a good thing as long as we don't go down that rabbit hole of veering off into some things that these don't agree with, and I don't agree with, and I'm sure nobody else probably agrees with either, but that's kind of a general comment.
I mean, we always need standards for what's being done in a classroom, right? Regardless of what subject we're teaching.
Yeah.
I would apply the same thought to, you know, if my child's in Spanish or band or, right? There's always moral, ethical things that we would
Right.
have no interest of being in our school, right?
Right.
So,
Same with my children, I would, you know, when they were young, you know, I wouldn't tolerate that. I know me, my wife would never tolerate anything like that, so I'm pretty sure this community feels the same way. So I think we're all on the same board with Eugene, but I just rest assured that this district probably will never, ever come close to that area that you're talking about.
and we also mentioned when it was brought up at a previous meeting that AVID's an elective. No child is forced to take those classes. You know, if a parent or child isn't interested, they aren't required to take it like all other electives. So I know we found that to be a helpful understanding as well, that these are not required courseworks or, you know, prerequisites for anything else. It's all optional.
Can we move on?
Good.
Why don't we skip number 6? That's question number 6. Skip it. Budget for library books, and that's something that.
Well, what I was going to add there is we spend, okay, so what the question was what is the budget for library books in 21-22 and 22-23? Where are library expenses budgeted? So library expenses are budgeted under 222-200. So if you look at the budgets, they'll roll into the 220000s. What I wanted to tell you on this one was we only spend the amount for library books that we get from something called Common School Library Aid. Okay? Common School Library Aid. This is again a statewide source of funds just for library books, and that's what we spend. Okay? Then this is the entire library budget, which includes books, computers, software, etc., and that's $80,600. $80,600. Okay? That's district-wide, and a vast majority of that, like $75,000, again, is this common school library funds, and it goes right to, you can't spend it on anything else. You can only spend it on library. Okay, question 7. Under General Fund 10, what is the actual budgeted headcount staff under instruction, and what is the actual budgeted headcount staff under support services for each year, 2021, 21-22, and 22-23? I don't keep that data that way at all. I don't keep that data that way at all. I can't give you that information, okay? You could take about 5 different spreadsheets and try to sit there and sort them and figure it out, but that would take me a lot of time. I don't keep that data. So, but why? Why are you asking the question? Because maybe we can get to, again, what you want here, because obviously something's kind of bothering it. What are you looking for in the actual budgeted headcount staff under instruction, actual budgeted headcount staff under support services for all of those years?
I didn't craft that question, so I'm not exactly sure what we're looking for there. Someone can help me? Anybody else here?
I didn't craft that question either, but I think the question comes down to, you have a teaching staff,
Mm-hmm.
we have so many people directly teach. We have people cook the food,
Mm-hmm.
right? So there's different brackets of what jobs are.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any place that can be seen relatively easy?
So we put a question on the website last fall, I want to say it was, and it had our actual, Yep, it shows our historical change. But if you're getting at like trying to pinpoint that we haven't gone down in staff, that's true. We have not gone down much in staff. And we gave on that question like 5 different reasons why we haven't gone down in staff. One I brought up earlier tonight, we've added quite a bit of special ed staff. Special ed is one of the areas you will see increasing in our budgets year after year after year. We have more significant needs and positions have been added. Another reason why overall FTE has not changed is that as we're trying to reduce benefits, many times we'll hire 2.6 people instead of a 1.0 person. We'll reduce the benefits and have 2.6 people in the support staff unit. Thereby our FTE actually goes up 0.2, but we have less costs, okay? What were some of the other reasons our FTE went up?
The number of staff, just the turnover and where we're bringing people in at it sometimes. So, you know, the FTEs you might see, again, you might see the FTE staying consistent, but the cost again of possibly 23 or normally 15 licensed staff and maybe 25 overall staff leaving, and we're able to bring in usually licensed staff at a cheaper rate, most likely because of the years of service. Now that being said, I wouldn't look at that as a benefit. Yeah, it's a benefit on our costs, but I don't think our turnover rate of having 37 this year is a benefit to our district to try to say that that's how we want to control our budget. There's a lot of things that go into that, right? It's we can all imagine. Take middle school math, for example. I believe for the last 3-4 years, 5 maybe, we haven't even had the consistent same teachers teaching middle school math because of the turnover. But yet we provided training to them every year, right? They had to have specialized training, and then they would leave. And so we were constantly having to start over, train. It's really hard to make any progress when a new staff member is always coming in and doesn't know the students, don't know the curriculum, and you're training them, and that people are expecting these outcomes when they're just learning how to teach that curriculum at the time. So people say, well, great, you know, you've saved on costs. Yeah, but what has it been as a result of? So, but that again shows FTEs might be, right, we might even bring in more FTEs because we didn't get rid of, somebody maybe resigned, retired, left for numerous reasons, and they might have been at a certain compensation with benefits and salary, and we might have been able to bring in 2 people at that, especially if we provided it at some sort of percentage that didn't require benefits. But on the historical chart, it would show that we increased our FTEs. So all those things go into the cost again.
Oh, and another one we had down is use of grants to fund positions. So, like, for example, the ESSER monies, we just explained that we kept on long-term subs, right? So that's become a FTE position now. Instead of subs are not your regular FTE people. Subs are like at-will employees. So they're not ones that you would put into your full-time counts. But now we have 2 that we kept on this year with ESSER, and during our COVID years, we had even more than that. I think we were up to 4.5 at one point, because we hired one at semester. So, and then we had health aides also during the COVID years. We had 1 per building there. So again, your FTEs are creeping up. How did we fund all that? ESSER dollars, grant dollars. So yes, there's times where, so again, it's on our website. It's under the referendum 2021 FAQs. Why has overall staffing FTE not decreased even though the district has had deficits? And then it shows the FTE by year from 9-10 all the way to 21-22. So, you know, it's not broken down by subject or by like food service and by aids and by transportation. Again, that would take me a long time to be sitting there and doing those numbers, and I try to be efficient with what I do, and believe me, I'm running around very busy, so That's not something that, other than, you know, needing to put it up here, is something that I'm gonna necessarily spend my time on, especially when, again, I'm telling you, the answer is we haven't gone down in FTEs for a number of reasons. So I hope you can see that point. Okay, and then how many actual budgeted students for each year, 2021, 21-22, and 22-23? So what do you mean by budgeted? Do you mean head count? Do you mean resident students that are going into the revenue limit formula? Which one?
Like head count, like in the budget line item, number 610 and 620 was a state aid categorical and state aid general. I would presume those numbers from the last 2 years would be based on how many students you were expecting to have.
Nope.
So you take, how do you get that number?
Okay, so the only one in that 600s that's based on how many pupils you have is 690. That's the per pupil aid. 690, the one that's listed as other revenue. Okay, that's your per pupil aid.
So you're not budgeting based on students you're expecting to have. Because that's how you get your revenue.
So the line items that are the 210, the taxes, because again, that goes into your revenue limit formula. So the 210, the taxes. Okay, and the 690, the other revenue. Okay, those are based on your kids, right there. The 621 or 620, it rolls into the state aid general, comes from a equalization aid formula. That's not a per pupil kid formula. Okay? And then the 610 that you mentioned is transportation aid. So that's like the number of kids who ride on your buses. And there's a whole formula that goes into that report where you have to segregate the kids from 0 to 2 miles, from 2 to 5 miles, from 5 to 8 miles, from 8 to 15 miles. Okay? And then you get different amounts per distances. Then the other 610 is the library aid. That's the common school fund monies. And then there's a small amount, 619, other state aid, and that one, I'd have to look up even what it is again. I don't remember. But it's $5,130 that goes into that 610.
You know, we do project the enrollments, and we try to use various methods for projecting the enrollments. So you had said that earlier, you don't project the enrollments. We do attempt to project the enrollments. That from the projections, we attempt to figure out the impact to the revenue limit and what our structural deficit will be, yeah. You bet.
Yep. So a lot of these revenues are not based on how many kids you have. Like if you get a $70,000 grant, you get a $70,000 grant. It's not per kid, okay? Like if you apply for a $70,000 grant, whether you have 1,400 kids or 1,450 kids or 1,500 kids, but you applied for a $70,000 grant, you're gonna get a $70,000 grant. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Not based upon enrollment, is what you're saying. It's a bottom line number, flat number.
I guess we're just trying to get at the revenue, get more students, be better.
Yes,
It's all about.
yes.
Get more students. We wouldn't have a big budget issue, so let's work on it. Well, actually.
Go to the village meeting, go to the town meetings and start talking about development.
Yeah, so then we need housing development, we need babies, you know.
I've been talking to Dale, and he's kids that went to school with my kids, there's a whole bunch of them working in the trades, independent business owners, and working in the trades in the East Troy area, a bunch of them.
And for those listening, we already have fantastic programs to do just that. And we've got ideas to, maybe add to it,
Yeah.
but those already exist. So kids can come, enroll right now, and do that.
I think, I'm just going to pipe up here. I think Stacy will tell you, East Troy is second to none on their apprenticeship programs. Do they have all the skills and all the classes that they need? No, probably not. That's working. That's something that needs to be developed more. It's not done overnight, of course. You have to have staff that was skilled enough to teach those subjects. You have to make sure that those subjects are aligned with what people want. For example, if somebody from Wisconsin Oven is looking for somebody, they're looking for specific skills, and we want to make sure we provide those specific skills to them. Then on the other side of that coin is that you have to have the student be interested in being able to do that type of work. So you gotta gear your curriculum, you've got to make sure the demand is there, and you've got to have the tools to do the job, to teach them, and you've got to have the student to do it. And if East Troy can become unique in that, hopefully we can get some students back or have other students come here to help with that situation. Is it going to be a fix-all? I mean, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows, but it's kind of the future where I think we need to go. So we already got a leg up on it. We already got a good start on it, but there's a lot of unknowns and a lot of more work to be done on it. So I say.
Oh, you're doing a good job with that, Dale. We need it, and we'd be talking about that. You keep it up and get everybody else to support you, and let's get it going.
Well, I've had several talks with Chris, as he mentioned, and and with Stacy and with Amy. So, it's just, those guys are the ones that really work hard and put it together. They deserve a lot of credit, I'll be honest with you on that, so.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your time and answering the questions.
So you have a whole nother sheet with more questions.
No.
Yeah, but just to be clear, I don't want to spend my weeks doing your questions either. So because if we don't do this tonight, will you be sending this to me to answer this week? Again, what I'd like to get to here is some repair of this relationship, because this is a big toll on the school district, and it seems like you want us to be productive and efficient, but yet, you really want me to spend a week, detailing your answers?
Yeah, honestly, I'd rather have everybody hear it, the answers, because other people might have the questions, right? So we'd rather have, if you really have a legit question that you need answered, Gene, I'd rather have everybody hear it and then have us answer it. So hopefully we're not getting it repetitively given to us time and time again, right? And maybe we'll form it into an FAQ somewhere, that then we can refer people back to it. The question is here on the website. That's oftentimes what happens with questions. We try to put them into an FAQ so it's not we're constantly trying to repeat it over and over again. So if there's really a legitimacy to a couple other questions, I'd prefer that you ask them now. That'd be great.
Okay, so I think you were on page 38 of the budget adoption for people who want to follow along. You had a question in the line that starts with 630 DPI special project grants. And you said, what is the significant increase in DPI grants related to in 22-23? Please provide the specific programs. So we have the social work mental health reimbursement. We have the assessment grant in that line item. We have the CTE grant in that line item. We have the Educator Effectiveness grant in that line item. And we have 2 different mental health grants that our Director of Pupil Services applied for last year and received. And the 2 mental health grants are the 2 that are the biggest, newest ones, and they were awarded in the amount of $75,000 each. So that's your biggest jump, is 2 mental health grants that were applied for and received by East Troy schools.
No, that was on our district celebrations, I believe.
Mhm.
150,000 for 21-22 and 22-23, 75 each year.
Okay, so then we go down to 730. What is the significant $457,000 increase in DPI grants related to in 22-23? Please provide the specific programs. So the specific programs there are ESSER funds, 1, 2, and 3 over the 3 years, CEIS, Title IV, the homeless grant, and Title IIA. The big jump is ESSER 3. So the ESSER 3, about $800,000 grant that's plugging the hole for the 22-23 budget. Okay, then we go down to line 780, and you had highlighted the 21-22 school year. What was the 21-22 other federal revenue related to? Was this a one-time payment? Yes, this was a one-time payment, $220,635 of CARES Act money from the governor on March 2020, which we used towards the middle school HVAC project. Also included $31,937 of Get Kids Ahead, and then that will be again repeated in this coming year. The remaining amount is Medicaid reimbursement. Then you have total revenues highlighted, $22,924,000. You said 22-23 has an overall decrease in revenue of $111,000 compared to the prior year. Yes, it does.
Would you like to cough now?
No, thank you.
I have coughed.
So I don't know if that was a question or a comment, but yes, our revenues went down. Okay, now, net change in general fund beginning to end. For 22-23, expenditures of $23.8 million exceed revenues of $22.9 million, causing a shortfall of $920,000. Where are you intending to get the funds to cover the shortfall, i.e. cash account, balance sheet reserve, etc.? So these are those 3 items again. So it's a Chromebook replacement cycle, it's the one-time middle school HVAC expenditures, and it's the Get Kids Ahead funding that had to roll forward. We are not able to cover this shortfall. It will reduce fund balance, which will in turn increase our short-term borrowing loan going forward. So can I ask again, why are you, what help?
Well, it's simple. Income and expense expenses that are hard to explain, or under-explained, you wonder why you spend that kind of money. It's a matter of helping them, that's it, getting an understanding of what can be done to balance the budget. You have to understand the expenses and the income. And you have questioning that, so you have an understanding of what those, especially the expenses. The revenue, it seems like it just comes right in. State institute taxes get easily, falls in your lap. But what about the expenses? That's what you have control over. So you're trying to get a handle on some of the expenses.
So does her answer make sense? Does her answer make sense to you? How we will cover that?
I guess.
And does it make sense that the board has worked on the budget process during the spring and came to the conclusions that they did to,
Also, I guess it's my understanding this budget should have like been approved. You're running under it, correct? So you're just giving us a budget review.
yes.
Correct.
That's true.
Essentially,
I talked to Ted, he said that was like,
Like advisory.
it's April, May, yep.
that's, I guess, part of that.
What tonight approval is of the levy, the electors approve the levy, the overall amount that gets levied on the taxes.
I guess I'd like to get more involved in the beginning than when you're doing the budget, if we could, 'cause you guys get all kinds of people up there. I don't know, we can even see it. Can we go to the school website and see?
These were all open meetings in February, March, April. We had the budgets up on the screen.
Stuff that we're talking about tonight, you're referring to page 39 and a bunch of other pages after
Yeah,
that.
that gets created in July.
Tonight, can we see this stuff online?
I guess,
So you got this in the paper, you came to my office and got that, it's the same thing.
Let's just.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Gene, and I think I can answer it. So the recommended like budget reductions, when we're looking at impact needs, the anticipated structural deficit for the upcoming year, and we're sharing like where those numbers came from, our assumptions, and then we're sharing the impact needs and why, is that an impact, like why do we believe it's needed in the district? And then how are we gonna balance that budget, our recommendations to the board for them? That is all done in February, March, and April oftentimes, and all of that is shared in the open meeting. So like if you look at the, mine is not numbered, I apologize, but when you look at the no referendum budget reductions, it's before the Baird model, whatever page that is, like that was available, and that is available. So that was available online, and it's available when we get to that point in the special meetings, right? It's not, because that's not created the first night, right? But then that becomes available, and it becomes available to the public, and we literally do through the open meetings, right? We all get up and present the impact needs one by one. So we discuss the whole rationale, and the board has to elect whether or not do they want to move on any of those impact needs, because we provide usually more impact needs than what gets approved, because obviously we know we can't afford it. And then we give them a long list of budget reductions, and then we try to provide a laundry list long enough that they have some contingency, we go back and forth to determine which is their priorities. And oftentimes, I think the board would say, you listen to the community a lot of times, so when it's been presented through a couple meetings, the public participation probably influences the board in regards to which line items they want to approve.
Page 62.
Thank you, Steve, page 62. So does that, I think that's what you're asking, wasn't it?
To see what's going on.
Sure.
Questioning stuff was being created. So
Mhm.
then when you're at the end of those meetings, you have stuff you're looking at. And the public would like to look at some of that. So we want to know where we can see it. And I'm fishing around, and if I can't find stuff, I'll ask Ted.
Ask anybody on the board, they can
Yeah.
direct you on
I-
where to
I
find the
think-
information.
yeah.
Where can I get that? But I'd like to see that, public, we like to see that stuff while you're creating the budget.
I think Gene wants to feel comfortable that we are doing the right thing with the budget. Is that correct to say that you want to feel comfortable and confident that we are doing the best of our ability to have an honest budget and to do the right thing with the budget? I think that's what he's after.
Right.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, but I'm gonna refer to the board. I mean, and that's great. I think we attempt to do that.
I think we do too. yeah.
Right? Okay, that's, I just wanna make sure if you guys
Yeah,
are
I
uncomfortable.
agree that we are doing
Yeah,
the
I mean,
best
we'll
we
try to
can.
make that, but
Yeah.
I think it's been pretty transparent
Yeah.
all along.
And I think we are doing that, I believe we
Yeah,
are.
thank you. I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
If there's something
I
we
agree
weren't-
with what we're
Okay.
doing is being honest and being frugal in the best way that we can, as far as I can see.
Yep, and all
I'll
the
try to-
information's available once we get through the initial phases of the budget, then it's made public.
Thank you.
Should we keep going on the list of questions?
Pardon me?
How much more is there?
How much more is there?
We'll have to get on the file.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Do you have the answers all prepared?
What's that?
Do you have answers for all of them? Okay.
A majority, yeah. Yeah. Keep going?
I mean, I vote keep going.
Sure.
Okay, so now we head into Fund 10 expenditures. And we are on the middle of page 39. And so we are on the $110,000 undifferentiated curriculum line item. And the 110 through the 170, I think, is what you've highlighted, the subtotal for instruction. And you said, what is attributing to the overall instruction increase of $621,000 in 22-23? Okay. Well, a couple of things. Number one, you're looking at budget and comparing it to last year's actual. So what I always remind the board every year is last year, actual, we had some positions that weren't filled, okay? There was a kindergarten position that wasn't filled. There was a middle school math position that wasn't filled. So those numbers don't show up in the actual for 21-22, right? 21-22 is like underspent. So now when you're comparing the budget with 22-23, it looks like a higher percentage, because again, are we comparing apples to apples? I'm comparing actual to a budget. Okay? Then it's 7.4, so it's an increase of 621,000. So how much did we go up in salaries by? 4.7%. How much did we go up in health insurance by? 9.5%. So you blend that together and you get some percentage throughout all of these fields that have a mix of staff that receive benefits, don't receive benefits, et cetera. But you had started with the 110 and said, and you highlighted that one and said 6.2 seemed high. But again, salaries went up 4.7, insurance went up 9.5. I don't think it's that high when you look at those two numbers put together. I mean, that's what was agreed upon with the budget.
Yep.
And then the next same thing, 7.7. Now the next one is vocational curriculum. That does have a more significant increase of 24.4%. So I pulled the budget for this today of 130, and I looked line item by line item. Well, there was a $19,000 equipment line item that was not used last year. So again, it's not going to show up in your actual figures, but is it budgeted for this year? Yes. Okay. $51,000 CTE grant. We didn't receive the funds last year. They didn't come in time. Is it budgeted for this year? Yes. Okay. Then I did have a change in staffing in the vocational curriculum department, which includes a lot of different vocational curriculum areas, but one person took health insurance that didn't take health insurance before, and then we have one new staff member that also was A, more expensive, and B, took health insurance, and the previous person did not. So all of those things adding up, that's what's giving you your higher increase in the vocational curriculum category. Okay? So then we go on to support services, 210000, Pupil Services. So you had highlighted and said that that's an 8.3% increase. You said, why the 65,000 increase in Pupil Services? And again, that is where we budgeted the Get Kids Ahead money and the mental health grant claims. 40,000 of the 75,000 is budgeted there, and the full 31,937 of Get Kids Ahead is there. Okay. Next, you have 220,000. You're asking why a $246,000 increase there? Well, one, we added $50,000 of summer curriculum work for staff to be paid. Then we had 26,000 of underspent software from last year's budget that we're now budgeting for this year. We have $93,267 of ESSER 3. There's a position there that wasn't previously the reading specialist. Okay. And then you have 270,000 highlighted, 211,500. You said any expected judgments in 22-23? No, no expected judgments. 280,000 debt service. Why the 58,000 increase in debt service? Because when we go to short-term borrow, I never know what kind of rates we're going to get. So I budget a $75,000 amount. Last year was only $16,000. If you stay for the next meeting, you will see that it's like $38,000 is what the interest ended up being on our new loan, on our new short-term borrowing loan. But interest rates are increasing. Might we need $75,000 in the future? Sure. Our worst year with rates ever on the short-term borrowing loan was $200,000 of interest we were paying.
Which might be next year.
And then other support services, why the 44% increase there? A majority of that is the once every 4 years Chromebook replacement cycle. Okay, next thing goes to the bottom of page 39, and it's special project funds 21, 23, and 29. And you're saying, why was instruction higher in 21, 22? Why is 22, 23 expected to be lower than 21, 22? So you're in the land of Fund 21 right now. Fund 21 is all of our clubs, and it's all of our, like, coaches' accounts. It's things that used to be called student activity accounts. And there's no way I can budget for how much the art club is gonna raise in monies. I can make a guess. So what I guess is in the entirety, I guess 350,000 is gonna be the amount of money that is raised, and 350,000 is gonna be the amount of money that's used. But in 21, 22, did they collect 431,000 or, yeah. Yeah. Okay. But that's what it is. So it's not that instruction went down, it's just that that's how much they collected in those clubs. Okay, now your next page is going on to Fund 27. So those are your special ed funds. So for the rest of the people following along, we're now in line 730 on the special ed funds alone, which is on page 40. Okay? And the question is that 416,365 is highlighted. Please explain the year-over-year increase in federal DPI grants. Please provide the specific programs. So $97,082 this year is ESSER Fund 27 monies. And that is for that middle school special ed teacher ad that again was an impact need in the budget. That's what the increase is. And otherwise, what is also in there is the flow-through grant, it's called, and the preschool grant from the DPI monies. So it's 2 more grants that are in there.
All grants. Those all grants in that.
Okay. Tell me to slow down if you need me to slow down. Now we're on the top of page 41, and we're in line item 150000, special education curriculum. And the question is why the $250,000 increase from 21-22 to 22-23? So 1 new special education teacher is budgeted in these dollars. Otherwise, there's a salary increase again of 4.7%, an insurance increase of 9.5%. Then you are at line 220 on that page. And you highlighted the $254,741 number. And you said, why the $19,000 increase over the previous year? And when I looked at this one in detail, there were a lot of unfilled special ed aid positions last year. And this year we're budgeting to fill those again.
And again, that's budgeting. Whether or not it'll become actual, we struggle every single year to fill our special education aids. So oftentimes we budget, that line item is always higher, and by the end of the year, the actual is always, unfortunately, less, because we struggle to find special education aids to stay consistently.
Okay, next we have the $250,000 line item here. And you highlighted the $70,385 number and said why the $25,000 decrease from 21-22 to 22-23. There was a transportation aid that was on the special ed route that we provide to Lakeland School that was no longer needed. Also, 21-22 included some summer school expenses for Fund 27 that I never know if we're going to have or not until the next year rolls around. So right now I do not have any summer school special ed budgeted yet for the 23 school year. And also probably bad budgeting on my part. I need to increase the cost for our Lakeland bus because it was higher in 21-22 than I budgeted for it in 22-23. Okay, next you have line item 430000. And you highlighted the 122,527 in 21-22, and you're comparing it to 22-23 budget of 71,000. And you're saying what attributed to the increase in 21-22 and for 22-23, why the decrease, or what does this represent? So these are grant-funded line items where we use that flow-through grant I spoke about, which the word flow-through probably doesn't mean much. It's just the name of the special ed grant. But when special ed students have some individualized tuition placements, they're sent to have their education at other schools that are highly specialized special education schools. It's the tuition cost for that. But again, that's funded through that special ed grant. And that's highly dependent upon who the student is, where they're being placed. Is it a temporary placement or not? And it changes quite a bit. think that's it.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
yep, and do we have other people now?
Yeah, anybody else have any other questions on the budget? Okay. Oh,
On the page 47, sorry if this is addressed, but a lot was going on. So there's a decrease in the vocational curriculum, if I see that correctly, by 120,000 for 2022, 2023. Is that like additional training, instruction?
So on page 47,
2021, oh, sorry. Vocational curriculum, it's 56,000, 120,000, then it drops to zero in 2022, 23 budget.
okay, so again, we're in Fund 21 there. Fund 21 are clubs, student clubs, and I do not budget individually by student clubs. I don't sit there and go, art club is gonna raise 800 and spend 800, and drama club is gonna raise 900 and spend 900. What I do is I lump a $350,000 budget, because it's a budget, for all the clubs' revenues and all the clubs' expenditures. So that's why you see actuals in the 21-22 school year. That's the actual clubs that were labeled vocational types of clubs. But then there's no budget because, again, you need another one of me if you are going to sit there and budget clubs.
mhm. Yep.
And then for page 49, I'm not sure what Fund 10 is. I can't remember what that one is, but
Fund 10 is your general budget.
zero budget. All right. I just had a question about the fuel, but that's kind of self-explanatory. That's out of our control, at least.
Mhm.
Yep.
I get the right people in the place for that. I did have some comments. Can I make those right now on the budget?
That's really just questions, but is it question related or how?
It's kind of about the opening statements that were made. Or the-
Well, probably best save that for the next meeting for public participation, if you'd like.
Well,
If it's,
it does have to do with the budget, so. The next meeting saying that.
no, tonight, right after this one.
Okay, so we have some slides up here. We've gone through a lot of this tonight, but, you know, again, general fund used to record district financial activities for current operations. Fund 21 is that special revenue trust, gifts, donations, funds. Prudent where a project directed by donation will cross fiscal years. And this gets really muddy really fast, but student activity funds used to be Fund 60 accounts. The whole financial system for public schools changed, put them into 21. Special ed is Fund 27. Debt services is Fund 30. So anytime we have like the debt for a new building, that's going to be seen in the debt services. Fund 38 and 39 are just two different specific types of the debt services. Fund 49, we don't have one right now. If we passed a referendum that was a debt referendum, again, not an operational, but a debt one where we were building something, you have 3 years from the date that you start it to get the project done. So it's kind of like building a house. You get your money to build the house, you put it in Fund 49, but then you pay it off in Fund 39 over the course of however long the amortization schedule is. Could be 20 years usually in a school district. Fund 50 is your food service. So when we talk about segregating different groups, food service is completely segregated into Fund 50. Fund 70, we only have one small scholarship that is held in a trust, and that is still in Fund 70. And then Fund 80 is the community service fund, where we have civic purposes, adult activities, daycare services could be there. If we had a daycare that was a community daycare, we do not. But community service is that related fund when the school is doing things for community. We'd like to talk about how much remaining long-term debt we have at our annual meeting. So this was the referendum that was approved in 2015 that Dr. Hibner mentioned. We have $18,325,000 remaining on that debt. And now we get into the resolutions. So at this point in time, the annual meeting calls for the setting of a tax levy. This will again be different in October when the final pieces are made known from October 1st to October 15th. And then we will be setting the final tax levy. But that's our motion for Resolution A here.
So this is for the electors of the district to make the motion, and we'll take the vote from there. So if anybody would like to make this motion, I'd appreciate it. Anybody? Okay, could you just read it?
Chairperson, be resolved that there be levied a school tax against all taxable properties in the district in the sum of $15,850,809 necessary to operate and maintain the school system and finance the capital outlay and debt service of said system for the 2022-23 school year in which the budget is approved.
All right, thank you. Do we have a second for that? All right. You just state your name? Okay. Thank you. So this is for all the electors to vote on. All in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next resolution is to set the school board salaries for the upcoming school year, or calendar year, I guess it would be called. So that's on page 24, or if you could change the slide, Justin, to the next one.
Sorry, thank you.
There it is. So it's, our school board member salaries have been at $2,500, I think, for the last 2 or 3 years. It was $2,000 a year before that for the previous 12, 15 years, something like that. So if anybody would like to make a motion to set it for the upcoming year.
I'll make a motion to, make it resolved that Board of Education salaries be set at $2,500, which is the same as it was the previous year for the 2022-23 school year.
Thank you, Trudy. Anybody else like to second that?
I'll second it.
Thanks, Gene. All right. For all the electors, all in favor, please say aye. Opposed? That motion carries. The next one, we got to set the date and time for next year. Annual meeting. So it's usually the last week in September, same time, same place. So if anybody would like to make that motion.
I'll motion that the, annual school board meeting for the 2023-24 school board meeting be set for September 25th, 2023 at 6 o'clock p.m.
Do we have a second? Okay. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And we have 2 other ones. First one is for the school district to purchase real property if necessary. Right now, I don't see any use for that, but just in case something pops up, it gives us authority to act on it. So that, yep, there it is. So if anybody would like to make that motion.
The board can make it too.
Could you explain what that process would involve?
It really, if a property, I can't imagine anything right now, but if something was needed for a school building, which there's none in the works right now, if a piece of property would come available next to a current property that we own, that would make sense for us to purchase for future use, gives us the ability to do that. Other than that, I can't think of anything else.
No, those are pretty good examples. And the process would be, the board may have to go into a special meeting, dependent upon negotiations, right, over the property. But the action would be taken ultimately if the negotiations led to them considering it and wanting to move on it, then it would go into open session for approval. So then the community would be aware of it.
So can a motion be made to request that the board bring it back at a meeting?
It would have to be. It would be at
It would
other
have
meet-
to be, Trudy. It would be brought back to, it's just giving, what you're doing tonight is giving them the right to at least entertain something. But it would be, then they would have the, obviously, probably would be closed sessions for some negotiations. I would imagine that people would want to be with bargaining. But any type of action would have to be posted, obviously allow public participation, and the board would then be voting on it. So the public would have a right to voice their concerns or gratitude or what they'd want, hopefully getting out of it for the board to consider it.
So if I make a motion
Stacy
for the
Keene,
board-
community member, Mr. Chairperson, may it be resolved that the East Troy Community School District may purchase real estate, land, and/or buildings.
Okay.
Discussion?
Well, we need a second first.
Second.
All right, discussion.
Does this resolution holds for 1 year?
Correct. Okay. All right, all in favor, please say aye. Opposed? You got two? Was that it? Two I heard? Okay. All right, motion carries. And the last one is for leasing property. If something would come up for some reason, if the school district needed to lease building or property, same type of stipulations would have to come back for discussion at a board meeting.
I make that motion, Mike Roberts. Mr. Chairperson, may it be resolved that the East Troy Community School District may lease school sites, buildings, and equipment not needed for school purposes to one person for any lawful use at a reasonable rental.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Gene.
Can I get your name, sir? Your name? Oh, that was Jean, okay.
Yeah. All right, all in favor of that motion, please say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Is there any new business before the annual meeting? Does anybody have anything? Okay, just need a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned. Next meeting, we'll take a short break and start the next meeting in a few minutes. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This meeting of the East Troy School District Board of Education and all other meetings of the board are open to the public in compliance with state statute. Notice of the meeting has been sent to the media and/or has been publicly posted in an attempt to make the citizens of the district aware of the time, place, and agenda of this meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as posted.
Okay, any discussion?
No.
All in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Agenda's approved. We have 2 board meeting minutes to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve the September 19th, 2022 special meeting minutes and the
August 22nd.
August 22nd regular board meeting minutes.
Any discussion?
Oh, I'm like, who is doing that? Okay, got it.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
They muted, I guess.
I was like, what am I doing?
Okay. All in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Public participation. I have a few names on the list. Bob? Did he leave?
I think that was that.
Yeah, I
guy,
think
right?
he left. Eileen?
Is that all right if I sit here?
Sure, we can hear you.
I'm Southwest resident in East Troy. and-
Elaine, Justin's gonna bring you the mic just so it's on because of the
Oh,
live stream.
sure.
Thank you.
I'm here tonight to say a public thank you to members of the East Troy Community School District staff. And over this past weekend, Dale and I, who are classmates from the class of 72, along with a number of other of our classmates, celebrated our 50th reunion by participating in some of the homecoming activities. And that participation required some interaction with several staff members. And I just wanted to give a shout out to those individuals. Mary Harding in the district office, Aaron Judd, and also Kelly Anderson, who I presume was in charge of the overall week of activities, perhaps. Just the parade. Okay, thank you for that correction. We enthusiastically put together a float that Dale pulled through the parade. It was wonderful. Prior to leaving the grounds here, we had several staff members come up and say, hi, how are you? Nice to see you. And that was Stacy Keene and Kelly Geisert. Also, Aaron Judd came and said hello, which was fun. The parade was fun. We were immediately followed by the football team. What a nice group of young men who were interacting with the crowd all the way through the route, jumping for the candy that we were throwing. And then after the parade, we followed that up with going over to the football game and had the opportunity to sit close to Mark Wirtz, who he and I shared some conversation. I was being asked, oh, are they going to announce us? Are they going to announce that we're here tonight? And Mr. Wirtz got on his phone. He texted Dave Lindau in the press box, and we had our recognition. What song would you like us to play for you? Well, we chose Born to Be Wild, but that didn't show up. But we did have American Pie. And to top it all off, that football team, 62-21. Excellent. Thank you for the wonderful time. We enjoyed it, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
And
We had a
then,
good time.
on a whole separate topic, Kathy, I think you deserve a raise. What a wonderful presentation.
even I can understand some of it.
Thank you, Eileen. John Lightfield.
John Lightfield, class of 2007. So it's the 15th year, but no one, I don't know where my invitation went. I'll keep in the theme of gratitude and just thank the board for the work that they're putting into the school district, into being board members. Honestly, I really appreciate the work that I've just seen you, Dale, put in since I've started coming to the meetings in March. Just the understanding of what it's going to take to reach the goals that you want, and it's great to have those goals. But more tech programs, they're going to cost money. All the work that's already gone into thinking about the budget, holy expletives, Kathy, all that work that you've already done, there's so much more work to be done in communicating the needs that are upcoming, that we went through some of the special expenditure line items. Maybe if you throw in the lawyers and the audits and Av and all that, you're talking about $100,000. That's not 0.5% of the overall budget. I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars each year that we need to keep this school going in any real way. The district going, I'm sorry. So yeah, there's a lot more work ahead, and just want to appreciate what's already been done. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, John. Isla, did she leave? She left, okay. And Micah, you wanted to say something?
Did not expect to be speaking this late, but thank you for the opportunity to speak. Appreciate it, and for all the work that's been put into the budgeting and everything. I know that's definitely not my cup of tea. But one thing that I just wanted to mention, kind of in the overall scheme of things, maybe I could sit down with some of the school board members and talk about this more in-depthly, I guess, because it's more philosophical than anything. But I believe one of the reasons we're struggling as a school district to get money, maybe even to see some of the successes that we would like to see, is because we're moving away from the traditional educational model of classical educational model, I should say. Some of the basics that we need, grammar, logic, rhetoric, and the reading, writing, arithmetic, I know those are all taught, but some of the basic models of how that's been taught, I feel like we're moving away from some of that, and we're leaving it more up to the students instead of getting back to some of those basic building blocks of education. I feel like we're moving away to newer things that actually aren't as helpful. And I agree with a lot of the sentiments of we need to empower students. I totally agree with that. But I believe that there are better ways to empower them than we are getting to, than where we're at right now. And I feel like we need to provide a clear direction for students, and we need to provide clear, strict educational standards for the students that they know they need to achieve. Not that everyone's going to achieve it, but we need to provide those clear educational standards. If they don't know those clear educational standards, then how are they supposed to achieve them? If we're kind of giving nebulous, I shouldn't say nebulous, but if we're not giving clear-cut grades to students, maybe a student struggles in a certain area, and we set the standard maybe a little bit differently to help maybe meet their needs. I feel like we need to keep everything on a level playing field. And as the teachers I'm sure do this, but as the teacher's job is to kind of adapt to the students to try to get them up to as close as they can to that level of academic excellence. And I feel like we're kind of shying away from some of that because of the struggles that we are facing with students. I believe we need to work more at developing critical thinking skills, not in the sense of being political and like those types of, not critical thinking skills in the sense of in the political realm. I'm just saying, how can I figure this out? How can I address this? And really developing logic and reasoning in the schools. Also developing leadership. And these are just some of the maybe little things, but I believe it is a big deal, developing those clear academic standards. And I feel like we're so focused on wanting to make the students feel comfortable that this hurts their educational development and the educational atmosphere for the students. And I know I'm kind of throwing this out there. I'd love to talk about it more. I'm not criticizing in one sense someone in particular. I'm just saying this as a general statement. And I'd love to be able to sit down and talk about it more. I'm sure there's agreement in a lot of areas. But these are some of the concerns I've seen as we've gotten away from some of the traditional academic standards that we used to hold to and we used to teach children.
All right, thank you, Micah. Anybody else like to speak? Okay. We'll move on to the financial report.
I move the approval of August 2022 payments in the amount of $1,898,724.04 and in the receipts in the amount of $4,450,102.23 as reflected on the financial statements.
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion, questions?
I just want to clarify, it was $727.04.
What did I say?
724. Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
Just,
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
okay. Any other comments, questions? All right. All in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Forgetting.
It's always a little late. All right, motion
Gotcha.
carries. All right, discussion action items. First one is district celebrations.
I think we reviewed enough of those tonight. I mean, I'm very happy with our celebrations, but I think we can move on.
Okay. Next item, update regarding process for possible referendum.
Yeah, it's just a quick update. It's informational. If there happens to be any discussion, one, I would just want to remind the community that the next special meeting has been set for, it was at the last special meeting, the 19th of September. So now this next one is set for the 3rd of October, 5 to 7 o'clock p.m. at the district offices. The agenda has been set. The primary two objectives that night is to review the facilities component from a maintenance standpoint. PSI completed the maintenance study. They did it from an infrastructure and a space standpoint. The operational subcommittee met last week with Andy reviewing with Dale and Steve and myself some of the prioritization that he thought should happen within the full maintenance of each building. Steve and Dale are looking at that after a long, heavy discussion. They are working on their prioritization. Andy and Dale and Steve and myself will be meeting before that special board meeting to kind of go through and listen to see what's in agreement, not in agreement amongst our building grounds director and the two representatives of the board. And then that night on the 3rd, they will be presenting to the full board the prioritizations of those facilities for further dialogue amongst the whole board. And then the second component that will be done that night will be a discussion in regards to a community survey, whether or not we will be going forward with the community survey, what that community survey would look like, the timeline associated by the individual that may conduct the community survey, so the board has an understanding of the timeline associated towards making decisions, which I think will have to be made fairly quickly for a good quality survey to be developed and honestly give ample time for the community and then have a report out. And then the final thing that night would be, I know Doreen would like to, I don't believe Doreen will be present, but I think she'll be available via Zoom or Google Meet, some sort of online platform, and that is the problem statement that we want to define very clearly. I know that you guys had a discussion on it. Ted, you kind of had proposed at the last special meeting on the 19th, and I think that has to somewhat get finalized so we can work around that statement as we continue the process forward. So that is again on the 3rd, 5 to 7 district office.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Student representative report. Do we have a new student representative yet, or? No?
We'll work on that.
Okay.
Smart move by them waiting.
Yes. Yeah, it was a good night.
Word is out amongst the students. Do
Yeah.
not sign up until October.
All right, staffing resignations.
Tell you the truth, no resignations. All right, thank you.
Thank God.
I'm like, do we have one put in the packet or something?
There was a lot of angst.
I was very nervous. I'm like, what?
Okay, staffing recommendations.
I have one. Does this work?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I have a position recommendation to bring to the board tonight for a 60% FTE for occupational therapist district-wide for Mrs. Cynthia Borkenhagen. The name may sound familiar because she was previously a resignation in July, if you recall. We are happy to bring to you Cindy back for recommendation again. So Mrs. Harris, the Little Prairie principal, and I were able to meet with Cindy in her interest in returning, and we would again like to recommend approval of her contract. And for for everyone's summary, Cindy has 14 years of clinical experience. She has been with the East Troy Community School District since the 1920 school year. And she has shown in her time that she's very self-motivated, has formed relationships with students and families within the district, has been a great team player, and we are excited to have her back in the district.
All right. I'll make a motion to approve the hiring of Miss Cynthia Borkenhagen for the .6 occupational therapist position.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion? Okay. All in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Any other staffing? Okay. Short-term borrowing.
Do you want a motion first, or should
You probably could.
I make a motion pursuant to section 67.128A1 Wisconsin statute authorizing temporary borrowing for the East Troy Community School District, the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $1 million.
Second.
The winning bidder was Northern Securities with First Citizens of Whitewater.
Can you say that again, see if I missed?
The winning bidder was Northland Securities with First Citizens Whitewater, with interest rate of 4%.
Yes, so in front of you, you have the bid results from this morning. I know it was a long meeting, so it probably got buried somewhere. It's a stapled piece of paper. Couple things I want to point out. Every year, we're going down in people willing to bid. Just seems like less and less bidders. We only have 3 bidders this year, and one of them only bid half the amount of the loan. So that was a little scary. Also, the reason why I gave you last year's bids is we all know interest rates are going up. But last year, the winning interest rate was 0.295. This year, the winning interest rate is 3.58. So quite the jump. Last year's net interest cost was the lowest in 20 years. We borrowed $1.5 million for an interest cost of $4,215. This year, we are borrowing $1 million less, and the interest cost is $34,576. So when we talk about what fund balance is about, there was a graph I was going to show, but because my computer's not projecting up on that computer, I scratched it. But when we talk fund balance is measured in public schools commonly on June 30th. Like, we wrap up the books, you get this fund balance number, it looks huge, right? That number for us is down to 0 by December-ish, okay? And then we need our December state aid, and we need property taxes to get us back out of being negative. So what do we do between that time of dwindling down our fund balance and before we get the state aid and before we get property taxes is we have to borrow. And there's a sheet that you get often that has the fund balance. We've now added how much we've been borrowing. If you recall, about 10 years ago, we were borrowing as much as $4.5 million. So, you know, the putting money, having years where we A, balance the budget, B, budget conservatively enough that we end in the black, then that helps to build the fund balance from year to year to year to year. And then again, you have to borrow less in this process. So if you remember, our policy is something like minimum 12% or 15%, I forget what it says, with the ultimate goal of someday eliminating that short-term borrowing. So there are, I don't know the percentage, but there's some schools that don't have to short-term borrow enough at all because they have a big enough fund balance. And, you know, people think, is that a savings account? It's not a savings account until you don't have to short-term borrow and you have money on top of your cash flow needs. Then it's finally a savings account, okay? But, you know, overall, still in a decent position to only have to borrow $35,000. Now, the other thing I wanted to bring up is how come we had to borrow less this year? How come we only had to borrow $1 million instead of 1.5? Because I thought from that budget we are higher in expenses than we are in revenues. We're going into fund balance this year. It was all a timing thing. I do a cash flow analysis spreadsheet, and a couple things like in the summer when the middle school HVAC project is coming and that's a bigger lump in the summer, we're still okay. And then, I have not talked about this at all, but the state slightly changed when we get aid last year. We don't have a delayed aid payment anymore in July. So the percentages, there's like a new little schedule of when you get what percentage of your state aid, and that shift in what percentage we're getting when was enough to make up again a little bit of cash flow. So, yeah, I had to check that about 3 times when I was doing my spreadsheet because I'm like, why are we ending up needing less money this year in the loan than last year for the 1.5 million? But it was that little tweak in when those state aids are coming in. And our lowest point was 457,000, but we're still borrowing $1 million because what if something happens? What if we don't want to be negative at the bank at all? So we give ourselves a little cushion over our highest or lowest negative number, however you want to say that. But yeah, those are our bids, and a little bit nerve-wracking this morning to only receive 2 good bids, essentially. And as we know, interest rates are higher.
Yep. Okay, any questions? Okay. All in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, overnight field trip request.
Mr. Ryan Holly and Miss Katie Vacula would like to take the FFA to the state convention in Indianapolis, Indiana, at the end of October for a couple days. So this is their overnight field trip request.
Same one they do every year?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make a
very
motion
valuable.
to approve the overnight field trip request for FFA to the National Convention from October 26th to October 29th.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion? All in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Strategic priorities as it relates to each building development.
Yeah, we're going to table this due to the fact of the time, but I really encourage people to come to the next board meeting, which is set for October, late October, when we do the tax levy, October 24th, is that right? October 24th, due to the fact this item will be put onto that agenda, and we'll try to keep the agenda limited if we're able to, due to the fact, I think it's just so crucial to hear from each building and certain departments in regards to how they will be addressing each strategic priority, especially 1, 2, and 3 on from a lot of lenses, their actions and some of the KPIs that they're going to use. And then one of the things I just want to report out to the board is we plan on then coming back 3-4 months later to report out again on the progress. If we've got any data that can demonstrate whether or not per the KPIs, and then we'll always report out at the end of the school year also. And then I think what we'll always be doing is at the annual meeting, be giving a kind of setting the annual meeting to giving an update on it from a district lens, and every October letting building levels and department levels speak out in regards to what they will be addressing the future years, the following years in regards to each strategic priority.
Okay. Next item, consideration of land negotiations for expansion of heritage.
That'll go into executive session.
Okay. Reports, still true? Nobody has any? All right. No policy review and development, communications announcements? Okay. Future items, has anybody got anything for future items? Okay. Then I will make a motion to adjourn to executive session for discussion of consideration of land negotiations for expansion of heritage as provided under State Statute 19.851E.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote. Steve?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
Okay. Dale?
Yes.